treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, May 16th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. Russia and Ukraine set to hold their first direct peace talks in 3 years in Turkey, but hopes for a breakthrough to end the 3-year-old war remain dim as both Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will not be attending. Secretary of State Marco Rubio telling Fox's Hannity President Trump might have to intervene.
Nothing's going to happen until President Trump sits across the table from Vladimir Putin and puts it on the line and puts it on the table. I think that's the only chance we have at peace at this point.
This is former FBI Director James Comey facing backlash on Thursday over a social media post of the numbers 8647, which some people are interpreting as a threat against President Trump. National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard telling Fox News Channel's Jesse Waters Primetime The federal government is investigating.
Department of Homeland Security, and specifically Sean Curran, the current Secret Service director, a man who has been willing to lay down his life as the lead of President Trump's Secret Service detail for years now. He takes this seriously and is leading the investigation into this threat.
Now, Comey took the post down following the backlash and said he assumed the message was political, but didn't realize it was violent. He described the numbers in his post as a, quote, cool shell formation. New Jersey Transit's train engineers going on strike as of midnight Friday morning after negotiations for a new contract with a wage increase failed. New Jersey Democratic Governor Phil Murphy says he'll do what it takes to get both sides back to the bargaining table.
Our door is wide open. It was never closed, and it is not closed as I stand here. We are willing to sit, to talk, negotiate at literally a moment's notice.
New Jersey Transit is the third largest transit system in the United States and provides almost 350,000 trips every weekday. Negotiations are expected to continue this weekend, expected to continue on Sunday. A suspected serial killer put to death in Florida. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on that.
Glenn Rogers pronounced dead at 6:16 p.m. local time, receiving a lethal injection at the Florida State Prison. The 62-year-old was convicted of the 1995 murder of Tina Marie Cribbs, a 34-year-old mother found dead in a Tampa motel room. He was also given a separate death sentence in California for the 1995 strangulation of a woman in Van Nuys outside Los Angeles. Rogers, a suspected serial killer, was linked to a number of murders across the U.S., and there was speculation he could have been linked to the 1994 stabbing deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend, Ron Goldman. But LA police say there is no credible link tying him to the case. Rogers once telling police he killed roughly 70 people, but later walked back the claim. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Well, 2 weeks ago was the Kentucky Derby, and this coming weekend, it's the 150th running of the Preakness Stakes, set to take place at Pimlico Race Course in Baltimore. Fox's Jared Max has more.
The sesquicentennial edition of the middle race of the Triple Crown will not feature the Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty. No shot at a Triple Crown this year. Only 3 of the 19 horses who ran at the Derby 2 Saturdays ago are in the Preakness, which has 9 horses in the field. Who will be the first to complete a mile and 3/16 tomorrow? The favorite is Journalism, who finished second in the Kentucky Derby behind Sovereignty, who's being saved for the Belmont Stakes. Sandman, who finished 7th in the Derby, is the second favorite, followed by River Thames. Hall of Fame trainers Bob Baffert and D. Wayne Lucas both in the Preakness. Baffert has goal-oriented. Lucas trains American Promise. Post time tomorrow just after 7 p.m. Eastern. Jared Max, Fox News.
And President Trump's trip to the Middle East continuing, wrapping up with a visit to the United Arab Emirates. The Middle East investment's a big part of the trip.
It could amount to 2 million, 3 million, maybe even 4 million jobs in the United States. And more importantly, it's really important stuff. It's tremendous refining capabilities. It's capabilities for very high-end. AI is a big subject.
And the president wrapping up that trip, a busy week in the Middle East this past week. Well, there you go. It's Friday morning, May 16th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and that's a look at your Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
.1210 WPHT is your home for Sterling every damn Sunday. Other hosts talk about the president and Congress. Walter Sterling talks about what really matters in your life, like your reaction to nice-looking people.
There are people who, when we see them, and we go, wow, she's beautiful, wow, he's handsome, and then they start speaking. And every second they speak, they become less attractive.
Sterling every damn Sunday. Sunday night at 10 here on 1210 WPHT. Tune in and be inspired.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mostly positive day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow up 272, the S&P 500 gained 24, but the Nasdaq fell 34, breaking its 6-session winning streak, the longest in 9 months. Walmart's chief financial officer John David Rainey with a warning Thursday about the effects of President Trump's tariffs.
There are certain items, certain categories of merchandise that we're dependent upon to import from other countries, and prices of those things are likely going to go up, and that's not good for consumers.
The White House says the U.S. has been treated unfairly by other countries in trade for decades. Retail sales up just 0.1% in April from March. That's a sharp decline from a 1.7% gain from February to March. Wholesale prices down in April. The Producer Price Index down 0.5%, down 0.4%, excluding food and energy costs. Year to year, the PPI was at 2.4% for its increase. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's been an eventful return to office for President Trump. Dozens of executive orders, mass federal worker layoffs, deportations, freezing foreign aid, an Oval Office yelling match with Ukraine's president, a trade war, and an actual war with Canada, the Battle of Buffalo. Of course, that last thing didn't happen, but the contestants on a new Fox Nation game show didn't know that. The game is put 4 people in isolation for almost 3 months. No phones, no TV, no news. When they come back, ask them to guess whether something really happened or not while they were gone. The show's called What Did I Miss? All 3 episodes are streaming now, so we know who the winner is.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Mike Brown wins the $28,000 earned by the contestants by guessing right throughout the game. Admittedly, the cheapest game show in modern history, says host Greg Gutfeld. Mike cried when his family came out on stage after 90 days away from them and everything else.
I have worked for myself for probably 20 plus years and doing construction and remodeling, but as of the past 2 or 3 years, really trying to do more music, entertainment, speaking, move into that area.
His wife Ashley's here for the interview too.
But because I've worked for myself, my wife, she's got a job and she works. It was a team effort. You know, we had to decide, you know, is this what we want to do and is there a purpose behind it?
Yeah.
From our perspective.
Sure. Ashley, what did you say when he told you about this? You got 4 kids there. I'm not sure how old they are, how much work they are at this point.
And normally I would have been like, this is insane. But I really felt like it was something he was supposed to do just to kind of have like a reset. And I felt like it was a really cool experience. Of course, I was like, okay, can we do this or not? Like all the logistics between kids and sports and music and all the things we do. But we made it work.
Mike, were you a news watcher before? Have you caught up with the news since?
Yes. So probably, especially in our house, I'm more of the news watcher nerd guy, I guess. So I kept up with it, especially I kind of got a little more intense with it when I knew I was going to be on the show. And then I've done my best to catch up with it since I've been out. But it's just crazy. I'm finding out stuff still.
If you can remember, if you can't, you know, I'm putting you on the spot. From the show, what's a fake story that you really believed? And what's a real story that you thought there's no way this is true and you guessed wrong? You thought it was fake news, but it was real.
The first one that comes to mind was the Katy Perry going into the fake ordeal.
It actually happened.
It actually happened, and then there was, you know, a few women that went, and, you know, I guess my thought behind that was, why didn't we spend money doing something else other than that? You know, even though it was Jeff Bezos, you know, I get it, but that was the one that was real that I thought was fake.
Did you miss anything big with the family? I hope there were no tragedies. Are there any milestones that you had to pass up?
Yeah, there was a couple. One, I'll say the big one first was my son's 16th birthday, because that's a pretty, that's a pretty big one for anybody. Man. That's a big deal for a father to be present for his son's 16th birthday party, you know, or not just his party, but his birthday.
Yeah.
I left my son a letter for him to get while I was gone. So that was a big thing.
When you got to the house, how long did it take to fall into a rhythm where you weren't, you know, reaching for your phone, where you thought of something to tell Ashley and realized, oh, I can't? You know what I mean? Like, how long until you just kind of fell into the rhythm of what you were going to be doing for nearly 3 months?
Right. It didn't take very long, probably 7 to 10 days, because we had a few things that they gave us to help us have a schedule. But to be honest, getting rid of the phone was the easiest thing. Okay. Just getting rid of that was not as hard as what you thought. Now, communicating and being able to run stuff by Ashley or talk to the kids, even though I could write a letter and I wrote her one every day, it just wasn't the same. So it's like texting somebody and getting ghosted for 90 days.
Right. Did the four of you, it looked like were getting along okay?
Yes. So, and that was a bit of a surprise even for me, was how well we were able to get along, and be able to even talk about just differences. And we didn't see eye to eye on everything, but yet we could still talk about it. We could still get along, watch movies together, and they were really great people, honestly, and we really do like each other. So like, even we were just in New York Monday, we got to spend some time together and hang out and go grab a bite to eat, walk around. I talk to Sonny almost every day. Mark talked to probably every 2 or 3 days. Allegra seems to be a little more busier than the rest of us, so I don't get to talk to her near as much, but there was a genuine connection.
Right. You had a production crew around too, so I mean, it's not like it was just you guys totally alone. How did that work out logistically? Were they sequestered too, or were they just really, really careful about what they talked about around you?
So they were extremely careful. So I think there's 10 to 12 PAs, and they worked 12-hour shifts. And so they weren't allowed to have phones near the house, in the house, or nothing. They'd come in every couple hours to check on us. And even that part, like, we all honored what they were trying to do, and they were able to draw a line with us as far as we could talk and communicate and, talk about things that happened before we went in, or old movies or whatever. But both sides did a really good job of staying on that line of not getting any information.
What did you do with the cooking and the cleaning and the and grocery shopping and all that? I mean, was that all taken care of for you, or did you have like chore lists?
The groceries were taken care of for us, so we did a grocery list. Tried to get it all together by Sunday night, so Monday morning they picked it up. Monday morning or Monday evening they brought our groceries. Tuesday night we got to get carry out, so they would bring it to us. Wednesday night was a game night, and Thursday night was the cooking competition, so we could we took turns doing that, which was quite interesting and fun. But all of the, like, how we kind of split up the chores, Sonny is a cook. He's a really good chef, and his dad was a chef in Yugoslavian, and so he loved to cook. And so I was like, Sonny, if you like to cook that much, like, I'm not even going to try. I'll do the dishes. So he would cook. Allegra would cook some, and then I mainly done the dishes and cleaned up and did my part. We kind of split it up, and then we would tease Mark that all he would do is just sit around and look pretty.
Yeah. Did you guys were you compensated for your time all the way, or was this really just winner take all? And it wasn't, a life-changing amount of money. It's fun to have, I guess.
Yeah.
It was less than my monthly income, but with that and what she was making, and what little bit we did have, we were able to make it, And,
right.
I mean, I know that money isn't life-changing, but I'm thankful to at least it's still out there for me to get. I've just not received it.
Good. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. It's a fun watch. Mike and Ashley Brown reunited after his stint on this new game show streaming on Fox Nation. What did I miss? Good to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
President Trump says drill, baby, drill. And he's declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for more active drilling and support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Don't miss out on this limited time opportunity to create potential income for up to 20 or more years to come. Call 800-544-1221 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Call Encore Energy now at 800-544-1221 and find out if your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-544-1221. That's 800-544-1221.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I wanted to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present.
When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium.
When I grow up, I want to be a warm fleece on a cold day.
When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash.
I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. A meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Trump on ending the war in Ukraine may be coming soon. President Trump this morning speaking in the United Arab Emirates.
As soon as we can set it up, I would actually leave here and go.
And ceasefire talks are scheduled in Turkey, but do not include Russian President Putin and Ukraine President Zelensky. Former FBI Chief James Comey under investigation for allegedly threatening President Trump on Instagram, posting a photo of seashells showing the numbers 8647. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard.
Especially coming from a guy who's the former director of the FBI. A guy who spent most of his career prosecuting mobsters and gangsters, people who know and execute other humans and use this exact lingo of 86.
America's listening to Fox News.
is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
There will be a Game 7 between the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Nikola Jokic with 29 points and 14 rebounds as the Nuggets stave off elimination with a 119-107 victory, and the series will now head back to OKC. In the NHL, the Carolina Hurricanes are moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals. They defeat the Washington Capitals 3-1 to win the series in 5 games. And the Winnipeg Jets survive against the Dallas Stars. They win it 4-0 to force a Game 6 on Saturday. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I'm immediately sold. I saw one photo, and I'm thinking this is going to be one of the greatest movies of my lifetime by seeing a still image
looks
of
awesome.
Nicolas Cage and of Christian Bale.
And it's just one photo in character. They look exactly the way they should. And I see this and I think to myself, this is Nicolas Cage. My perception of him, I'm going to watch this and not think it's Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, he's going to be very good.
It's that good with how it looks. And, of course, Christian Bale is going to crush it as Al Davis.
Yeah, both guys are absurdly method in how they act. So they are going to be in character throughout. And they're going to be and Nicolas Cage is someone that, people that have worked with him have told stories about how he'll do like 45 takes of something, and then one time he'll just do a take as a completely different character. And it's just like, why are we doing this? But it's part of his process, constantly trying new things. This is going to be incredible. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Meta is apparently pushing back yet again the release of its flagship AI model nicknamed Behemoth. According to the Wall Street Journal, company engineers are struggling to improve the capabilities of the new AI model, leading to questions about whether releasing it now is even justified. Behemoth was first slated to be released in April, then June. Now it's been delayed to fall or even later. The U.S. and the United Arab Emirates are committed to working together to build the largest artificial intelligence data center outside the U.S. in Abu Dhabi. The Department of Commerce says the facility will cover 10 square miles and have a 5-gigawatt capacity. Smartphone batteries keep getting smaller and smaller. TDK is readying a new generation of smaller batteries that can handle AI tasks that will ship by the end of June. Apple and Samsung are TDK's biggest customers. Both are rolling out slimmer handsets. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Anyone who loves playing baseball or softball knows that one of the first steps in that journey is breaking in your first glove. It's where your love of the game began. Where does your child's baseball or softball journey begin? Go to playball.org to get started. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-973-9819. And you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-973-9819. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-973-9819 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-973-9819.
Head on over to Citizens Bank Park on Thursday, May 29th at 6:45 when the Phillies take on the Braves, and all fans take home a retro Phillies cap presented by SEI. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com. Catch the Phils playing host to the Brew Crew at CBP for a weekend series on Friday, May 30th at 6:45, Saturday, May 31st at 4:05, and Sunday, June 1st at 1:35. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-632-5959. 800-632-5959. Again, that's 800-632-5959.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Friday, May 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. A fired-up Farish Friday as Sean Farish will join us for the cut sheet at 7:45. Just right off the top, 2 things. One, happy 38th birthday to my sister Erin. Hardcore 6 o'clock hour P1. Shout out to all the P1s in the 6 o'clock hour. And if I fall asleep today mid-show like a elected leader in Congress, it is because I had about 73 minutes of sleep last night. I had a stomach issue at 1 in the morning that sent me right to the, it was actually the bathroom tub. And I was trying to vomit so forcefully that, I don't know if we had the zoom-in capability, and people probably don't want to see it, but I blew blood vessels in my face, my eyelids, my eye sockets. I come here a wounded soldier this morning, Stenzland.
Are you pregnant?
No. Although, if you look at my gut, you might wonder.
Stop.
Good morning. How are you?
Sorry to hear that. That's awful.
Carry us to victory today.
Oh.
Carry us. I'll just sit in the back and hang out. Hello, Gregory.
Why the tub?
I have a weird thing about sticking my face in a toilet. I don't know. It's like where butts usually go. So I either use a sink or a tub.
But isn't it like if it's all right? We're gonna get graphic. 601.
We are.
Isn't it like? Wouldn't it get stuck in the drain? If it's chunky.
Yeah, that's the battle I'll fight after I get relief.
The tub.
Or my wife will
it's
battle it. Yeah.
I'd almost rather open a window and stick your head out the window.
I would have done that if I could have.
So your wife cleaned it up? She's a saint.
Well, so the sad part is I never was able to throw up. It was just dry heaving. Yeah.
Aww.
Yep. So feel for me today, folks. Feel for me.
Nobody feels for you.
Nobody feels for me.
No.
Oh, we have a lot to get to. Any numbers stick out to you guys these days? You guys want to play the lottery? I'm thinking.
Like 86.
Yeah. Did I have 86 and 47 on the roulette board? Or does the numbers top off in the 30s, I think? I forget. It's been a while since I gambled at a casino. We will talk about that. We also have a big take on all of these dated claims about Joe Biden, why Hillary Clinton lost, why Kamala Harris lost. Kind of a mixed bag there in the big take, but we will definitely get to 86-47, James Comey, that story. Farish is going to join us today. Also, a handful of other interesting stories. They will actually offer a clinical study on Trump derangement syndrome. Might be a waste of money, but I don't know. I'm kind of intrigued by the results and the findings. Of course, that'll probably come from our tax dollars, so that'll tick me off if you know me. Also, price hikes from Walmart, which is interesting because Axios and multiple outlets are saying that the tariff fears with trade and price hikes might have been overblown. So we have kind of conflicting stories there. And we will also get to a story with Pennsylvania cell phone bans, courtesy of 6ABC.
I was reading about this right before we came on air this morning. Have either of you heard about the Chromebook challenge?
No, but my daughters have Chromebooks.
Yeah, so apparently it's a new thing on TikTok.
Of course.
Where you stick like conductive objects, like metal type objects, into the USB ports of Chromebooks, and it sparks.
Oh.
And apparently in the last 3 days alone, this one school district, I think in New Hampshire, has seen at least 15 incidents where students have intentionally inserted conductive objects such as lead from mechanical pencils, paper clips, or push pins into the charging and or USB ports of their Chromebooks.
To get an instant boost of adrenaline?
Yeah, it all started on TikTok. So
Great.
There you go.
Great.
So,
I remember when we were kids, it was, you pull out the number 2 pencil and you stick it in the electrical socket. And that was like a thing that young boys that were 9 that used to pick their nose and were idiots would do. Now we've upgraded. Just jam it into
in the electrical socket?
Yeah. It was a elementary school thing in 1993. I remember it vividly. I was there. Oh, wow.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, I never did it, but I saw people that did, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to sit over here and wait for my teacher to come around and hand me out the homework.
TikTok's making us dumber.
It is.
Thank you.
Yes. It is, yes. All these challenges that lead to injury or, God forbid, death. All right, let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning. Yes, TGIF. We made it to Friday, May the 16th. We are sponsored this morning in our first edition of Kayal and Company News Live by Kitchen Magic. We do have a fog advisory. Feels like pea soup out there. Very thick fog and low visibility. So all kinds of safety alerts from the National Weather Service. And as well, we have some potential strong damaging winds, heavy rain, and hail. Also, we could see an isolated tornado. Looking out for that one. So that is expected within the next 24 hours. So we're watching the forecast very carefully this morning. One of the breaking news stories this morning, of course, New Jersey train service shut down as engineers strike. The New Jersey Transit train engineers, they are officially on strike as of this morning. What does this mean for an estimated 350,000 commuters across our region, New Jersey, New York City? Anybody who wants to take a train, for example, to New York City this morning, yeah, that's not happening. And so many seeking other means, if you will, to reach your destination or maybe zoom it in from home. So this is a walkout, and it's after the latest rounds of talks, of negotiations, did not produce a final agreement. This is New Jersey's first transit strike in more than 40 years. And it follows a month after union members overwhelmingly did reject a labor deal with management.
Wow. I mean, I know every transportation mode is different, and you deal with certain clientele, in SEPTA and Philly versus trains, but I don't really feel like they're out of line for probably seeking what they're seeking. I don't know that I would, in this day and age of society with the dreck and the technology and the way people act, you know what? Go get your money, man. I can't crush these people.
So the agency did announce some contingency plans in recent days. What would that look like? Well, they're trying to increase bus service a little bit, but they put out a warning to commuters that the buses are very limited, have very limited capacity, especially for New York commuter bus routes in close proximity to those rail stations, and will not start running until Monday.
Oh, okay. Hey.
So I was on social media. I mean, there are some people scrambling. I've seen people saying they're going to take an Uber from Philadelphia
to New York.
How much is that?
A mortgage payment, probably.
Oh my goodness. We have a shooting outside a grade school in Philadelphia. This in the Logan section, and according to Philadelphia police, a teenager is dead. Another teenager this morning is hospitalized. This after shots rang out just after 6 o'clock, just after dinner time last night, 1700 block of Lindley Avenue. Police say both of those victims were in a kind of a recreational area.
Yes, a rec center, right?
No, it's outside James Logan Grade School.
Mm.
So it was a playground, of a grade school, and 38, according to police, 38 gunshots were fired.
38.
Is there a description of the shooter, Darren Sanslin?
Let me see here. They have the description of the courtyard area,
the
grade school.
Very important, yes.
He was a 4-foot redhead.
Yeah, there are no descriptions.
Okay, all right.
Of
No
anybody.
descriptions, yeah.
38 bullets.
It's wondering how they find anybody since there's no descriptions ever of said scumbags.
More bullets fired at a playground than I shot at King Shooters in a constrained setting. Great.
My goodness.
Yeah.
We have the owner of an ice cream shop in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, according to police, arrested for indecent assault, among other charges. This is the Dairy Queen in Richboro. According to police, they say the owner of this DQ tried to actually cover up the crime by deleting all the security video. However, the surveillance was recovered by the authorities, and they say that they caught the entire assault. So this was a teen employee who she worked in the shop. She thought she was being called back, according to police, by the manager, a 15-year-old girl, and she was excited, had been excited about her first day, of work and training and all of that, but then was called back by the manager, and what she thought was maybe she was being disciplined, maybe she was up for a promotion, didn't know about that, but it was a tactic, according to DA Jennifer Shorn there in Bucks County. It was actually a tactic used so that this guy could victimize her.
Jesus.
And so there were other teenagers there. They're all working first day of spring. The owner of the DQ, they identify as Parth Patel, assaulting her allegedly as the store was closing for the night. This according to police. And so this is making national news. The DQ has been shut down at this point. And obviously these are individual franchises.
Yeah.
But the overall corporate now, they're very concerned, said that they're deeply concerned about these allegations. They're looking into this, and the future of this particular franchise restaurant clearly is under investigation and evaluation. That according to American DQ Corporation.
Well, I haven't seen a Dairy Queen in years. I don't even know they were still around.
I was just going to say that too.
Yeah.
I didn't realize DQ was still a thing.
Holy cow.
So this thing remains under investigation. DA Jennifer Shorn, they have a special task force as well that really looks out for kids, teens in this kind of situation. They're urging people, other teens and their parents, talked to their parents. They have said if you have any information, if this happened to any other teens, they are saying please call the authorities either in the Bucks County DA's office, their special task force, or the Northampton Township Police as well. So they're trying to put this word out.
Okay.
The girl in this case did the right thing. Immediately, told mom and dad, reported it, and then, like I say, that's why they were able, they say, to recover that surveillance video.
First day on the job.
I know, because it had just been all deleted.
Yep.
So a very disturbing situation. We also have there's a disturbing story, really putting out the word for a woman who police are searching for, accused of trying to, I guess, instead of euthanize her sick dog or whatever, had put it in a dumpster. I know we'll get to that story. There's also the story, of course, that Nick mentioned as far as what's going on with legal action as a former FBI director. This is James Comey. Now, the words swirling, we have the National Intelligence Director, Tulsi Gabbard, as well as Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, all of them putting out the word. Why? Against Comey, even the White House responding because of what was put on social media. The configuration of seashells in the sand, is it a threat?
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Well, it's not this. I'm not actually quoting Twitter.
No, I know.
These
Instagram,
are
right?
These are actually at the highest level. National Intelligence, HHS, all of these departments say they're investigating.
As they should be.
Team America is on it.
Team America.
Rough day yesterday, by the way. Not only did Cash have to get involved with that, which I guess technically he said not his department, Secret Service, has to handle that. But then apparently Kash Patel broke up a major disruption as there was a mass shooting terror plot that was targeting the military. And the FBI was able to thwart that. So,
my God.
Yeah, I don't think Cash was just hanging out yesterday, enjoying his Thursday.
So much going on today. Well, and like I say, we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic, looking to remodel your kitchen. At Kitchen Magic, their products are made right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So made in the USA, in fact, made in PA. So tariff delays, obviously not an issue, won't impact you. Kitchen Magic is family-owned, American-made, and this month, save up to 30%. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Thank you, Kitchen Magic. Thank you, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our news. And as well, we are looking to the forecast. Right now, the heavy fog. Later, will we see these severe storms, high winds? Nick?
Dawn, currently 63 and foggy, as you said, all these winds and storms.
We need a better transition. We need a better transition.
What kind of transition you want me to go? Man to woman?
I don't like this transition. It's too staged.
Yeah?
This show is the only thing that's not staged in all of radio.
Oh.
So I need a better transition from you two.
I'll think about it over the weekend. I'll get back to you on Monday.
Homework.
If we can upgrade it.
Homework.
You have to be better at being trans.
Yes.
Better transition.
Weather.
I don't want it to
trans
sound
game.
like CBS3 news.
Yeah, well, she's Gail King. I'll be Nate Burleson, and we'll do the CBS3 morning news.
Everybody just go to MT Rule and get a new generator.
Yes.
Do it right now.
MTRUHL.com. All right, Kayal and Company News Live, and there is your weather. Let's get to one last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, the Democrats and media. They are the equivalency of the failing movie industry. We all know that Hollywood is merely an extension of left-wing politics, right? Celebrities, A-listers, they love to endorse Democrats. They love to be pampered on mainstream media. But in actuality, they have even more in common with the Democrat Party. They are both dying day by day as ideas have dried up, and most Americans have seen and heard all from them. Forbes wrote in 2024, quote, "Is the death of movie theaters upon us?" In March, NPR wrote, quote, 5 years after COVID, movies are still struggling to come back. And on May 16th, 2025, anyone with a functional brain could write, 6 months after a crushing loss in the November election, Democrats and the media are on life support, and you wouldn't be wrong. The Democrat Party, which consists of racism accusations, sexism claims in defeat, and calling for violence towards political rivals, have essentially morphed into Adam Sandler and Happy Madison Productions. It's the same movie over and over with the same cast of Sandler's buddies, and now they just go straight to on-demand and streaming services. Denials about Joe Biden's health and the details about his decline continue to pile up. in anticipation of the book written by Jake Tapper, which gets released on May 20th. And the denialism is the equivalent of an actor refusing to admit that they've lost their fastball and are washed up. The excuses made by the left have now reached a movie series that for some reason released a trilogy or a fourth installment that nobody really wants to see. And I think Thursday proves this point. We'll begin with sexism and racism and then zero in on the major theme, which is denialism and violence. But the angry wet hens on The View yesterday, on May 15th, 2025, decided to talk about how Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris are victims of sexism in America. And that's why they lost to Donald Trump. Listen and watch this.
I'm Governor Westmore all the way.
Westmore is a very good idea.
And if you don't know who he is, you should learn, because to me, he's the most qualified, amazing candidate I've seen in my lifetime.
So you agree?
He will be president.
So you agree with Crockett then?
He's black.
That you can't have a woman.
You can't have a woman.
It's about a woman.
Well, but the thing is that I don't look at people first by the woman, a black man, a gay person, this. I look at the best candidate, and then they happen to have all these other things they bring.
You may be a little different from most of the country.
I don't know. I would say that we got to stop telling the American public what they're ready for.
No,
and we've elected a black man before.
We lost twice when women ran.
Yeah.
I mean,
but is there no distinguishing factors to each woman and why they might have lost? Is there no nuance?
Hillary Clinton was one of the most qualified candidates in presidential.
She carried a lot of Clinton baggage, but she was polarized.
Yeah, but you know what?
She lost
because to a failed game show host.
Yes.
Okay?
I loved her. I voted for her. But the number one thing I heard from people that didn't like her was there was this mystery around the Clinton baggage they took. I just don't trust her.
They weaponized her husband against Hillary Clinton. And the bottom
they did all
line
those things.
This country is a misogynistic country, and this country is a country that out of all of the first world countries hasn't been able to elect a female president.
So
That's just factual.
Sarah Haynes must be clueless and uninformed because Westmore has already publicly stated about a week and a half ago he is not running for president. And hey, Sonny Hostin, Hillary lost because the American public knew she was corrupt. And racism, speaking of sexism and racism and all the outs that the Democrats like to use in defeat, that's back in the playbook, Squad Democrat style. Lots of clips on the cut sheet lately, right? Pertaining to race, entitlement, and who's not welcomed here in America in light of the South African refugees that Trump has brought in. And here is another Democrat grifter looking for free handouts. Listen and watch.
A duty to repair. So let's make it clear. There is a debt that does exist. This country has taken so much from black folks and has a debt it owes because for over 400 years into this very day, this country has stolen black labor, black lives, black futures. Industries were built and maintained through the subjugation of black people in this country, and wealth was built and maintained through the discriminatory policies that still plague us to this day. And to be clear, some people directly benefited from it or are direct beneficiaries of it. We have systems that create and perpetuate imbalances and balances in our society, and you either benefit from it or you are disenfranchised by it. And black people continue to be disenfranchised and harmed by these systems. Others receive advantages from it.
We didn't speed that clip up, by the way. She was actually speaking that fast. I'm going to assume one too many sprites. And you're right, there is a debt that exists. It's called the national deficit. But now we zero in on denialism, the story that won't go away, the cover-up to Joe Biden's health by the establishment. Hakeem Jeffries, never at a loss for words, offered up this weak answer yesterday. Listen and watch.
Given the new allegations in Jake Tapper's book, do you have any concerns with President Biden's age or decline, and was there a cover-up by the Democratic Party?
We're not looking backward. We're going to continue to look forward. Certainly, I think President Biden made the decision not to seek re-election. It's a decision that House Democrats strongly supported.
Thank you.
So let me ask you this, Hakeem. You're not looking backward, right? You're moving forward. Then why does your party advocate for reparations for 100 years ago? Why is your party claiming sexism like it's the pre-Me Too movement era of society? Because if we're being honest, minorities, females, and everybody under the sun not identifying as a straight white male in today's world is the preferred choice of many employers, colleges, and even the government. See, that's the Democrats' problem. The narratives don't equate to reality in a fact-driven world. It's just low-hanging fruit for stupid emotional people, vulnerable, and seeking out victimhood. Because victimhood is easier than hard work. News coming down yesterday that further cements that Biden was the walking dead. Headline from the New York Post: Biden forgot names of longtime aides Jake Sullivan, Kate Bedingfield, halfway through his first term, book says. Jake Sullivan was Biden's national security advisor. You remember him. He was the guy that they would trot out to do the heavy lifting when the binder was in over her head on a story or a subject like the Middle East. Here is Jake Sullivan at the Politico Security Summit lying yet again to America. Listen and watch.
What happened in that debate was a shock to me. I think it was a shock to everybody. And I've made that point before.
Just finally, do you think, in retrospect, given everything that's happened, everything we've talked about today, it was a mistake for President Biden to try to run again?
One of the things about being national security advisor is that you're mercifully insulated from politics and political decision making. I was insulated from it to the point where, while I was national security advisor, my spouse was running for Congress, and I had strict rules about what I could even do to support my spouse, let alone be involved in political decision-making, political calls in the White House. So I have not weighed in on those issues and would not weigh in on those issues.
There is no way anybody in America can believe Jake Sullivan there. If you don't know that the commander-in-chief is unfit to serve as the national security advisor, you're letting America be vulnerable to attack. Our safety compromised by this cover-up. Even Vice President Kamala Harris was in on it until it was time for political gain in the dog-eat-dog world of politics, because as we know, woke will always devour woke. Kamala Harris said of, quote, Robert Hur, the way that the president's demeanor in that report was characterized could not be more wrong on the facts and clearly politically motivated. When it comes to the role and responsibility of a prosecutor in a situation like that, we should expect that there would be a higher level of integrity, end quote. Kamala is a fine one to talk about integrity, as she had no problem being complicit in the subversion of democracy when she was installed as the Democrat option without the vote of the American people. Kamala was all about the coup, but before the coup came the challenge. 1 year ago yesterday, the big guy dropped this gem. Listen and watch.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Actually, Joe, he only needed one debate. It was June 27th, 2024, the night that your career ended, but it should have ended sooner. MSNBC for 3 years in straight denial, straight propaganda mode. Listen and watch.
He tripped, you may have seen the footage, literally over a sandbag that was somehow placed behind him, literally sandbagged. It seemed to me, honestly, the kind of thing that would happen to anyone in that situation. But of course, you've already got people talking about the president's age, concerns about his age. I know that you've worked with him. His age is immutable, which is what makes it such a convenient attack, I think, for people that don't want to be president, because, like, there's no rebutting it. But what do you say to people who are concerned?
He is robust. He's robust mentally. He's robust physically. And what happened to him today could have happened to anyone who was up there moving across that stage.
Robust. You believe that? Physically and mentally. That lie came from June of 2023, almost 2 years ago on live television. The truth is, he started eroding probably in 2017, according to reports. But as reprehensible as all of the evidence is that I just presented to you, and predictable, nothing tops former FBI Director James Comey, who posted this yesterday on social media. Phil, please throw this graphic up on YouTube. On the left, you will see seashells in the formation of the numbers 8647, 8647. And then, as the firestorm started, James Comey had to delete that picture at the beach with the beautiful sand and post this message. I posted earlier a picture of some seashells that I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associated those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. Oh my. 86 essentially means to assassinate, kill, wipe out somebody that you don't like. Mobsters have used it. People in politics have thrown that number and that phrase out. And 47, well, that's Trump's presidential number. If Kash Patel and the Secret Service and other agencies out there don't take action, if I'm Donald Trump, I'd fire them all. This is the behavior that leads to guys like Thomas Matthew Crooks and Ryan Wesley Ruth doing what they attempted to do. Democrats, the media, the swamp, it's like a dying Hollywood production that, much like Joe Biden's cognitive state, I believe it's reached its expiration date. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for spring with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of all high quality, famous brands meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. All right, so 86-47. That is the big story of the day. We'll talk about that in detail on the other side and get Dawn's thoughts as well. 855-839-1210. Your thoughts certainly welcomed and encouraged. You can hit us up on X at 1210 WPHT and, of course, in the YouTube chat. Kayal and Company, we're back after this.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th. Gates open at 10 a.m. for live horse racing. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, and more. Plus food and beverage specials. Advance wagering on the Preakness Stakes begins Friday, May 16th. Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Come play, win. Gates open 10 a.m. Post time 12:40. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. 21 for casino gambling. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try ZipIntro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipIntro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3.
Rumors spreading round United Texas town about the shack outside the game. And you know what I'm talking about. Just let me know if you're gonna go to that home out on the range. They got a lot of nice girls. I'm racing.
Oh yeah, Kayal and Company. Let's get it going. 6:31 Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. Our buddy Sean Ferris from Nashville coming up for the cut sheet at 7:45. All right, so let's get into this. 86-47. I've got all sorts of graphics and clips and stuff to illustrate and highlight. But Dawn, your thoughts yesterday when this big story broke, which went from the post initially by James Comey on social media to the deletion of it and then the, quote, apology, I think probably in a 90-minute stretch yesterday.
Yeah, so, it's an official investigation. Apparently, we have security officials at the top levels looking at this, investigating it. And like any other investigation, anytime anybody makes, especially when it comes to POTUS, any kind of a threat or perceived threat or veiled threat or alleged threat, there is an investigation. So what they'll do, I have no doubt, he has a new book out. He had posted pictures on Instagram that he was going to the beach for a good read, something of that nature. And then the story that Mr. Comey tells, former director of the FBI, is that he was walking on the beach and basically stumbled on this unusual configuration of seashells and just posted it online.
Mm-hmm.
Just discovered it, didn't have anything to do with
Sure.
it. Just, look at those shells. Isn't
Right.
that interesting?
Right.
So I imagine that if there are any kind of, let's say, beach house security videos in the area,
Good point.
if I were investigating, I would certainly the Hamptons or wherever whatever beach it is, and because everybody has a lot of security, a lot of surveillance around. So that's where, if I were doing this investigation, I would look toward any kind of cameras anywhere that, would just show some, give some clue as to whether or not, in fact, this unusual configuration was there. Were there other witnesses who also happened upon the configuration? What was the timing of it? Because, when you think about it, the seashells are all the same color. Somebody spent a lot of time, in all seriousness, somebody spent a lot of time making sure that the colors match. Some of the colors of the shells are a whitish color. Some are more of a coral, kind of an orangey color. So somebody spent a lot of time. Were these seashells that happen to be found, were they bought? Does anybody have, I don't know, speaking of surveillance video, stores that sell the seashells in that community, those exact colors, and then did a certain someone buy such seashells? So if I were an investigator, in all seriousness, because they're looking at this like they would anybody, anywhere, that's where I would begin.
I'm not sure what makes me more angry, the fact that this occurred or the fact that he or anybody else would try to argue they didn't know what they were doing. We're talking about James Comey here, the Russia hoax. This is a guy at the head of the FBI years ago that has had it out for Donald Trump for close to a decade. And even in defeat, still goes down with the ship that the Russia investigation was all legitimate. But you know what? When you look at the history and the pattern, right? I try to be consistent. Poor judgment, like we talked about Pete Hegseth, right? I said, okay, there's a pattern here. So let's go from Russia with James Comey to, Phil, if you want, throw up K7. On the left, you are going to see a seashell, which is another discovery by James Comey. And this is on his Instagram. And this was posted on October 10th, 2024, just about 3.5 weeks before the election. James Comey posts that on his Instagram. Boy, he sure seems to find a lot of random political messaging on beaches. I don't see many political messages on beaches, but then again, maybe I'm not looking or I'm not going to the right beach. And oh, by the way, as you mentioned, Dawn, just like Jake Tapper, he's got a book coming out on May 20th. James Comey, FDR Drive, available on Amazon for $22.98. I might just purchase it to throw it in a fireplace. And then yesterday, 86-47, and I'd like to roll this. I've got a bunch of clips, and we could save some for the cut sheet. But Phil, this is K3. This was the Deuce Man last night on with Laura Ingraham reporting as this story was playing out pretty much in real time on social media. K3, let's roll Peter Ducey.
And Laura, the real head scratcher about this very serious topic is that James Comey wants us to believe, and we have this photo here, that he saw a cool, these are his words, cool shell formation on my beach walk. And the cool shell formation, according to the person who used to be in charge of the FBI, shows shells in the shape of 86-47. 86 is common restaurant lingo, of course, for denying service to somebody. But after about 30 seconds of Googling, you can see that a good chunk of people all around the world also associate 86 with meaning to kill somebody. An old mob saying, basically, you take somebody 8 miles outside of town and then you put them 6 feet in the ground. James Comey, again, a guy who has prosecuted mobsters, apparently had no idea that this was a thing. He deleted the original post with the cool shell formation, and he writes, I posted a picture earlier of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, and I took the post down. That's not enough for Donald Trump Jr. He says, just James Comey casually calling for my dad to be murdered. This is who the Dem media worships. Demented. And Kash Patel, as we were coming to air, the new FBI director, one of Comey's successors, is saying that he is in touch with the Secret Service, and they are going to be sending Secret Service agents to talk to James Comey about what exactly he was getting at. Patel says, we are aware of the recent tweet by former FBI Director James Comey directed at President Trump. We are in communication with the Secret Service and Director Curran. Primary jurisdiction is with the Secret Service on these matters, and we, the FBI, will provide all necessary support.
I think Peter Ducey laid it out there very, very brilliantly. And I will say this. I looked this up. James Comey is a 64-year-old man. This is the guy that was in charge of the FBI. There's zero chance that he did not know the term 86 and what it means and what it implies. And if he doesn't, then he's the dumbest human of all time and should never have been in that position. And this is not like a 16-year-old or a random 28-year-old walking around a New York beach with a couple of empty Corona bottles, boozing all day, sunburned, and says, hey, let's 86-47 in the sand and post this on social media, man. This is a 64-year-old man with a book that's coming out, and we are coming off of not one, but 2 assassination attempts in less than 8 weeks in 2024. I mean, I don't know what the charge would be. I don't know if it's harassment, terroristic threats, incitement of violence. I don't know the legal charge that the Secret Service or any of the agencies would be able to file against him for this. But I just know this, Dawn. If in 2023, on a Friday night after Kayal and Company, I put up on X 8646, and some CEO for Odyssey was like, Nick Kayal calling for the killing of Joe Biden? Do you think I would do another show again for Greg Stocker and you in Morning Drive? I'm going to guess that my services would no longer be needed, and I wouldn't have much of a defense, in all honesty.
Yeah, I don't think any of us would. I mean, anybody who posts anything, especially on social media, we know it's investigated, but he's also an attorney, long time, he has a law degree in law enforcement for many years. So it was, I guess you could say it was crafty to then remove it once he realized it was under investigation and say, oh, I just happened to find this configuration. I know that Peter Ducey said that 86 is common restaurant language, but it's a common term. For example, remember mifepristone, the abortion medication, it was also known as RU486.
Yep.
So 86 is a very common term, even in the medical world. I mean, it's widely known. James Comey, he, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I mean, who's denying Donald Trump restaurant service? Donald Trump's not being denied abortion medicine. I mean, this was in the context and the framing of take out Donald Trump. And I was so angry about it last night. I was so sick to maybe that's why I was trying to throw up last night. I'm like, wait a minute, we're going to do this again? And then I'm thinking, if the roles are reversed, how would this be covered by the media? How would you be prosecuted? I mean, you have people from January 6th getting hunted down like dogs that did nothing wrong, some of them. And we've got a guy that was the director of the FBI, and it's like, I deleted it, I threw up the apology, nothing to see here, keep it moving. And we've talked about this, and I know Sean Ferris is going to have some strong takes on this in about an hour. But I remember him saying to fight fire with fire. And you have to go out, because the Democrats would do this to you. So the fact that we could have any Republicans or appointed people in this administration that don't go to the fullest extent of whatever power they have to see this through is going to be very, very disheartening, in my opinion. Whether it's the Kash Patels of the world, the Secret Service director, I can't think of who it is off the top of my head, probably somebody that can't get a gun out of a holster, but it's a mess right now, and I thought we were past this. This is third world nonsense that we're living.
But is this, I know that we mentioned his book, but as well, remember back not so long ago, although the news cycles are crazy, but it was late February, and I think we have the story that one of many that we had, mentioned in a headline, the story of the so-called James Comey honeypot spies against Trump, and that Kash Patel was going to be looking into that. And so I remember General Flynn, all of that swirling. So I just have to wonder, is this also part of James Comey trying to put up a smokescreen?
I have the honeypot operation clip if you want that. Is that what you're referring to right now?
Yeah, but remember,
Okay.
this actually broke in, I want to say February or January. It broke earlier this year, months ago.
Yeah.
That we headlined it, and we kind of went, okay, it's something from the past with Trump that they're looking into.
Right.
So we might have touched upon it, but now maybe we're thinking. I started to think, okay, maybe, just maybe, that story is intensifying. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so is this being put out there on social media to create all this ruckus? That way, if there is something coming to fruition, Comey then says, oh, well, look, this is about the seashells.
Yep. No, that's a good
Do you know
point.
what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in.
Nick Gregg's shaking his head.
Climb in, stalker. Climb on
Greg's
in.
disgusted.
I'm too tired to argue. I will be very civil.
I'm sorry, I was listening to WIP.
What's Joe talking about?
Honeypot didn't get you? Have you ever been honeypotted?
No. I needed a neti pot last night, though. I'll tell you that much.
Aw.
All right, 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Also, a law with a ban as all handheld devices behind the wheel in Pennsylvania. I'm not a big fan of bans, but boy, when it pertains to safety on the road, I am all for these stories. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. Kayal and Company, 6 o'clock hour concludes next.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian! Goldie is not dinner!
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Rich. It's the Oli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The All-American Half Pounder. Pure beef patty, lettuce, tomato. This is Rock and Roll Radio. Come on, let's rock and roll with the Ramones.
It's a Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day on this sticky, humid Friday. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Remember, you can listen to us on the free Odyssey app, watch us live on YouTube, but do none of that after June 5th, or actually start that right now. Start that safe practice right now, because you should not be doing any of that while you're driving and holding your phone. 6ABC, the Paul Miller Law, a ban on all handheld devices behind the wheel in Pennsylvania, will take effect in Pennsylvania starting on June 5th. That bans all handheld devices while behind the wheel in Pennsylvania. For those who don't know, the Paul Miller's Law is named after the 21-year-old who was killed 15 years ago in Hamilton Township, which is Monroe County. That was in 2010. Where he was hit by a distracted driver of a tractor trailer. In 2024, after more than a decade of fighting, his mother, Eileen, is now able to sit back and say, we've accomplished something, because in just about 3 weeks, this will go into effect and bring sweeping changes. The law will ban all handheld devices while driving, which includes phones, digital assistants, computers, or anything that is used to communicate or take video and needs to be held with at least one hand. The devices cannot be used at any time, including at traffic lights, stop signs, or while stopped in heavy traffic. A 12-month grace period will be in effect until June 5th of 2026, and then $50 fines will be issued. Seems a little light, in my opinion, and I saw this yesterday. I was taking my girls to dance. It's 4:45. We're on Germantown Pike, entering Eagleville, heading into Collegeville. And there's one kind of old, beat-up construction truck ahead of me with two guys, two laborers in there. And they're going about 32 miles an hour in a 35. And they're hugging the right shoulder with the white line. And there's nobody in front of them for miles. And I'm thinking, God, I just need to get around these people. What are they doing? And of course, he gets ready to make a right-hand turn. I go straight, keep going, and he's on his phone. It's so infuriating. And like, this has been my thing as far as when we were talking about this yesterday, the mushrooms and, the psychedelic treatments and the microdosing. I am all for that. Just don't get behind the wheel of a vehicle after you use it. Same thing with marijuana, whether it's smoking weed, edible gummies, or even this, carbonated marijuana beverage that you can drink. Just don't get behind a wheel and do that. Like, that has been a pet peeve of mine for such a long time. And I had to tell my girls yesterday. I said, look, you see how distracted that guy was? That's like, I'm one of these guys in the car. My wife is, she's got the music going. She'll have 3 conversations. She's on Bluetooth. The girls are in the back watching YouTube. When I take the girls to dance, and maybe I'm a madman here, Dawn, but when I take them to dance, I have the radio on. I'm listening to something, but I'm not having conversation. Like, I'm trying to stay as focused as I can to get my kids from point A to point B. I don't know if where do you stand on this? Because I love laws like this. Now, I don't think people are going to adhere to them, but I tell you what, if you start making these penalties more stiff as opposed to just $50, maybe people will think twice.
Well, that's just it. I mean, your final point is I would agree with you that this went into effect a year ago. But however, there were no, you just got a written warning because they wanted to ease into it and let people know, hey, this is the law in Pennsylvania. We're giving you a full year to get acclimated and get yourself together. And then, like you said, starting June 5th, you get a fine. But unlike New Jersey, where the first fine, I think, is $100, then it's like a 3 strikes thing, where in New Jersey, when they implemented this, it was such a big deal. And I know people who were pulled over. It's a big fine the first time,
right?
But then it escalates up to it could be up to $1,000 very quickly.
And then suspension?
Yeah. So they really slam you. This one, it's a summary offense, a $50 fine, court costs, other fees that start June 5th. I think that they'll probably evaluate this, but I would say, by the 3rd offense, if you're pulled over or you get, especially if you get into an accident and they can prove you were on your phone, etc., I think they need to up this.
Yeah.
Because, and by the way, it's not just your phone, it's anything. It could be if you're putting on makeup, if you're eating a burger, if you are doing anything that takes your hands off the wheel.
Yep.
So, to me, I think there are so many accidents with regard to this that these are terrific laws. And we know already, like you said, with distracting driving.
Nobody has an attention span or focus anyway. Now you get behind a vehicle, you get behind a wheel, and you're there, going live on TikTok with a kid while the music's playing. You're not even remotely close to being responsible and driving safely. And there's people too. I've seen this, and they will remain nameless. I will protect them. But I know individuals in my circle that work remotely from home and occasionally have to leave the house for whatever in their personal life, and they take their laptop with them and they put it on the console or the side seat, and then they just put their finger on the mouse pad as if they're still working. Now imagine getting pulled over for that, and the cop sees you. What are you doing? Oh, I work remotely. I had to stay active. My laptop can't go dark for 15 minutes or I get in trouble. Yeah. Suspend these people's license. I mean, think about what I had to go through when I didn't have the split-second ability to stop for the school bus. I was getting all the tweets from people. Remember that? You're going to lose your license? Let's treat these people the way we do if we go through a stop sign with a school bus, right? Because this is about protecting everybody, but certainly the youths out there. Because God knows the youths they're not looking when they cross the street. They just run all over the place. And if you're distracted, boom, accident, somebody's dead, not worth it. You see it on the turnpike all the time with the billboard, the digital billboard. Put the phone down. It can wait. It's not that important.
And the newer cars, I know our Hondas have this from Piazza, where if you take your hand off the wheel and try to drive like your dad did with the knee.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
That it'll go beep, beep. It requires you, they have sensory on the steering wheel.
Yep.
So, and I think that's actually for drivers who probably, I don't know, pass out or something. I don't know what, but it's kind of cool that they do that.
Yeah, and it kind of jolts you, makes a beep, or it vibrates. Yeah.
or if you're lightly holding the wheel, that'll do that.
You're right.
So I think technology is helpful with this.
855-839-1210. News to kick off hour number 2. The cut sheet is coming up at 7:45. And also, Pfizer may have purposely delayed COVID vaccine results until after the 2020 presidential election. We'll get to that story as we continue. Hour 2 of Kayal and Company is next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's here. The Memorial Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
The Philadelphia Orchestra captivates audiences with their superhuman sound. Savor the artistry of Philly's hometown orchestra in this upcoming concert.
It's one of the most glorious, most beloved works of music in all of history. Beethoven's Ninth Symphony and its transcendent Ode to Joy has lifted the spirits of audiences for 2 centuries. Celebrate the 200th birthday of this classic when the Philadelphia Orchestra performs Beethoven's Ninth, May 23rd, 24th, and 29th.
Get your tickets at philorc.org.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
.702 Kayal and Company as we kick off hour number 2 here on a Friday, 7 o'clock hour, presented by Piazza Auto Group. Porsche Delaware, excited to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, now offering care for classic Porsche in addition to general maintenance. Schedule an appointment online today at PorscheDelaware.com. 855-839-1210 if you want to get in. Cut Sheets coming up at 7:45 with Sean Farish, and we'll get to a couple of stories before then, from Pfizer to Walmart, and also some of these inflationary numbers that are out there. And also a bill that could become law to see if, in fact, you suffer from TDS. We'll get to that very shortly, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Friday morning, May the 16th, we are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Dense fog with possible severe storms and high winds on the way. We'll talk about that this morning. Police are asking for your help this morning and the community's help in trying to identify a woman. They have released some surveillance images of this woman accused of leaving a small, sweet little dog for dead in a dumpster locally here. This is Lindenwold Police Department. They've released these images of a woman who they say is their prime suspect, accused of dumping this little dog in a trash bag in a dumpster at the Belmont Apartments. This is on White Horse Pike. And so the little dog was actually, thankfully, discovered in the trash bag inside one of these dumpsters outside the apartments. And this happened in March. So police say the little dog was still alive, severely malnourished, suffering from many injuries. And thankfully, they were able to little dog to a shelter where the volunteers cared for the dog since March, saved the dog's life, and in fact found a home, a family who adopted the dog, who is now recovering in very good condition.
I don't understand why these people that have a dog that no longer want the dog, all you have to do is just, we're going to be doing something, I think, next week or early June with the SPCA. We just take the dog To a vet or a shelter?
Firing squad.
Yes. Wait, sticking it in a bag in a dumpster?
Phil, we have the photo or the video of 14.
Yes, and so Greg always says, do we have a suspect description? Lindenwold Police, this is from the police department.
There she is, youtube.com/1210WPHT. She looks like that statue in Times Square.
Oh, yeah. The one that honors Letitia James? Yeah, I mean, look at what is that? Now, is that full pouch?
This video is courtesy of 6ABC. Thank you.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So it's all right. Search for woman after dog left in dumpster. Yeah, it's a still of her. Now she's going through the door. Looks like she's coming back in to either go up or down a flight of steps.
Where's this
Lindenwold Police, South Jersey.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so sometimes we hear sometimes we hear that perhaps elderly people, senior citizens, disabled individuals can no longer care for a dog. Maybe the individual is starving themselves, cannot afford food, for example, and so they leave their dog off at a shelter.
Yeah, well, this chick wasn't starving.
Mm-hmm, that's my point.
I'm sorry.
So this person is not, if you look at the photo, is not someone who's a senior, not disabled, not a starving individual, nothing of that nature.
No, it looks like she actually swallowed a Honda Ridgeline.
Yeah, did she eat the dog?
Yeah, why not? I mean, geez. Did you eat the cage?
Disgraceful. I guess we have to say innocent until proven guilty, right? I mean, this video, but obviously this is, they wouldn't release this if there wasn't some sort of.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think they've got their suspect.
Yeah, anybody who knows who this individual is, or if the individual sees it, they know that they should turn themselves in.
Yeah.
I'll take you to another story. This is Newcastle, Delaware, where a Home Alone story is making national news right now. And this is because a home burglary, you might say it's a Home Alone case, where a home was being burglarized, but a child, home alone, actually had the presence of mind to call police after hearing somebody break into the home and hearing those footsteps. Terrifying moments, no doubt. But those two suspected burglars, according to authorities, actually fled the home when they saw the kid who they knew was physically holding a bedroom door shut. But so this terrified child is holding a door shut where they're trying to get in. They're already in the house.
So there's multiple burglars?
Yes, two.
Two.
So that's when one suspect, a 35-year-old Maryland man, exited the back of the home and ran right into a Newcastle County police officer.
Is Chris Van Hollen bailed him out of jail yet?
Well, that's the question. The suspect, a 35-year-old Cesar Pera, running out of the back of the home, encountering that police officer, immediately placed in custody. And so police say he is one of two. They identify him as being one of the two alleged burglars who fled the home when they tried to enter the bedroom. And the boy was trying to, hold this shut, but at the same time was calling police. So the second suspect, the police have not named, did get away from the scene in a dark-colored vehicle.
Just to be like a detective here for a moment.
Yeah.
Because I'm on the case. Cesar Pera, do we happen to know his status in this country?
Well, we do not. Okay. We know that he's being held on a $100,000 bail. He's charged with first-degree counts of assault, as well as as well as burglary. In this case, not only the home burglary was somebody home, but as well there was an officer who was injured, who he's accused of assaulting during the arrest.
This reminds me of the mainline burglaries that we were talking about when you were reporting on those. Was that around the holidays a year or two ago? Yeah. With illegals, by the way.
Which brings me to my next story, which is in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, that you were just referencing. They are announcing the fact that they will not enter into any agreements with U.S. Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement, ICE, under the federal agency's 287 program. So there are three commissioners, one Republican, two Democrats. The two Democrats in this case, Jamila Winder and Neil Majuja, the Montgo commissioners, the two Democrats, they are notably distancing themselves from, for example, neighboring Bucks County, where we've reported on Sheriff Fred Herron, who signed a collaboration agreement with ICE, saying, yes, they will work with federal law enforcement through a task force model, the federal agency's 287 program. So they've said, yes, of course, if ICE, will work with the feds, we'll work with other local law enforcement. But in Montgomery County, they did have some testimony actually from immigration advocates who have said that, for example, in Philadelphia, let's say, Chester County, the Lehigh Valley, all cooperative as far as on the same page as far as not cooperating with ICE. So they're targeting Montgomery County, saying Montgomery County is actively working with ICE and complying with federal laws.
Yeah, they don't want to see Tom Homan show up and start talking about impediment. I wouldn't want to see Tom Homan if I was defying the law either. That scares me.
So this may very well be headed for a court battle, of course, because we have all these different counties dealing with this pressure on, for example, in Philadelphia. You don't hear about Philadelphia much, do you?
No, we haven't heard about Philadelphia since the car wash thing, to be honest.
Yeah, it's so true. And we also have an area teacher who is filing a lawsuit. This is a teacher locally who says that she's being discriminated against after she was investigated locally for alleged anti-Semitism, saying that, well, she is a Muslim person and that, in fact, she's being discriminated for her Muslim religion.
Okay.
Because she was, putting out some rhetoric that was, let's say, pro-Palestinian. And so she is now suing the school district of Philadelphia, alleging discrimination in this case. She's being reported as a quote-unquote prominent Muslim teacher. For her, she says that she has pro-Palestinian beliefs, but that is part of her free speech.
Oh, okay. So no anti-Semitism claims, according to her?
No, so because she's at Northeast High School, what she's saying is she's a history teacher and that her civil rights and her constitutional rights should allow her to speak her mind as far as her quote-unquote pro-Palestinian beliefs.
Okay.
However, she was put on administrative leave back last fall. We had reported on this at the time. Remember that, like September, October?
Yeah, when all the Jewish hate was raging.
And so there was an investigation after allegations of anti-Semitism. So now she's pushing back, filing this civil rights lawsuit against Philadelphia School District. It says Jewish parents alleged anti-Semitism when this teacher actually supported students who wore, quote, Free Palestine kind of buttons or T-shirts, etc.
Speaking of all of the Middle East nonsense, if you get a chance and you have 3 hours this weekend, binge watch the new Osama bin Laden Netflix special.
It's good, huh?
It's tremendous. No wonder why Netflix is going for $1,100 a share. They don't get anything wrong. They nail everything they do. I would highly recommend it.
Good stuff.
Yep.
So much news this morning. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your savings grow. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Just visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates for all the deets and view their other savings options. Membership restrictions do apply, insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union, for sponsoring Kill and Company News Live. Of course, we're watching the forecast very carefully, especially because our Phillies are beginning I guess it's the Pennsylvania big rivalry, not really, but inner Pennsylvania rivalry with the Phils and the Pirates. That series beginning today.
I'd love to know the status of the kid that fell out of the bleachers at the Pirates game, by the way. I wonder if there's any updates on that. I know the last time we had it, he was in, serious condition in the hospital? Broke his neck or fractured his back?
Yeah, so continuing the recovery.
Yeah.
So maybe no bad news is good news.
Yeah. All right, Philly weather, 63 degrees, very foggy right now. Fog's starting actually to lift a little bit. You're going to have a shower or two later in the morning, and then we're going to brighten up and hit 80, but there are certainly possibilities of those storms coming through that Dawn highlighted before. Philly weather brought to you by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtruhl.com. All right, 855-839-1210, the number. Let's get Jim in Wilmington. He wants to comment on that Delaware story. Jim, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, Jimmy?
Good morning. Since you were just highlighting our incident down there in Newcastle, I thought I would give you guys a call. Right now, the Delaware legislature has bill number 135 because we don't have enough housing. They're going to allow homeless people camp and set up their home in parks. And they're allowed to do life-staining activities. Now, if you don't poop, I guess you would die. So that means you could set up a camp and poop right in the park there.
So we've gone from the Delco dumper to the state of Delaware dumper in parks. Well, that's encouraging. That should drive tourism and business activity.
It's unbelievable.
And you said that's Bill 135?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, Jim, thanks for the update.
All right. Have a good day.
You too,
Have
Jim.
a nice weekend.
Thanks. You too,
Bye.
Jimmy. 855-839-1210. All right. Coming up next, we'll work our way towards what's on the cut sheet. Economic news. Very interesting. Inflation, recession fears might be overblown, hard data suggests. But then again, with Walmart, Greg Stocker's favorite shopping destination, prices that used to be rolled back, they might be being rolled up a little bit. We'll give you the details on the other side, but first a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders because they don't make furniture like they used to. If you're tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk, perhaps from China, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Their Hatfield showroom, 58,000 square feet. It's got 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, brands like Baker, Stickley, Henredon, the kind of quality craftsmanship that has stood the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices, no matter the style, by the way. Classic, modern, rustic, traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit today's home. You might be redoing a living room, a dining room, a home office, a man cave, or perhaps the entire place. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day, every piece with a QR code, which displays details instantly, and their expert staff, the best in the business. No pushy salespeople, straight shooters who know their stuff. And here's a pro tip for you. Check out their website and call ahead. They will have the pieces you want ready to show you. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick sent you.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 722, Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I'm going to be sedated around 10:45 today. As soon as I get home, major nap. And this time, the nap might truly be justified after 72 minutes of sleep last night. I think I'm operating, though, pretty well, considering I feel like I'm ready to die. 855-839-1210.
What did you eat?
Sausage, onions, and peppers.
Oh, well, that's it.
Sausage.
Yeah.
Good God, man.
Yeah, I had a beautiful sweet Italian sausage, chopped up some green peppers, and I went red onion, little pink Himalayan sea salt, coarse ground black pepper, some of Linda Kern's beautiful olive oil from Italy, sauteed those bad boys up in the pan, put it on a nice Philadelphia steak roll.
Yeah.
It's going to add another 3 pounds to my gut and my ass. And then
you're ready for the bike ride.
I
thought you were losing weight. Didn't we go through this song and dance a month ago
I
about
plateaued.
you?
Yeah.
You're like, I'm cutting out carbs. I'm cutting out this. I'm going to exercise every day. I'm cutting out booze.
I'm a sucker for a sweet Italian sausage.
You've
I gotta
cut
tell you,
out
folks.
none of it.
I did for about 8 or 9 days. I lost 3.5 pounds, and then plateaued, and I think I'm back up to like 214 again. I'm never going to get there. This bike ride could be the bike ride from hell, because I am significantly more than I was 2 years ago versus last year. Probably in 2023, the first ride, I bet you I was right around 200. And then last year, I think I was probably 205, 208, somewhere in that range.
So we have the Families Behind the Badge crew coming in next week, as well as Stephanie Mack. So they're going to shame you.
Good.
They're going to shame
it.
me. They're going to shame me, too.
And we say this, obviously, it's National Police Week in D.C., the White House lit up in blue. And so we always honor honor the fallen this week and remember them as our heroes.
Mhm. Indeed. We got to crank that. But I was getting texts. I got an email yesterday. We had one other guy that signed up for the bike ride. I think we got to really start cranking up the donations. I need Stalker to be pandering for the next, 8 weeks, 9 weeks?
Yeah, we've plateaued as far as, speaking of plateaued, we've plateaued as far as donations goes.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah.
It's sad how much we've fallen.
I'm going to put it on the show sheet every morning for 7 o'clock right before round 2 of the news. We're going to start begging for money.
Because 725 listeners. You are my favorite listeners.
And the website is
GregStalkerSucks.com.
Right.
Such a sweet talker.
Let me rip. I try to be a consistent individual. None of this rules for thee, but not me, and all this other stuff. We talked a lot, and I know Sean Farish is fired up a lot like I am. But I try to be a straight shooter and call a spade a spade. Stalker found a picture from Jack Posobiec, who was he an intern or a producer here years and years and years ago? Like way back in the day?
He was an intern here, and
Okay.
I think he worked here for a short time too.
Okay. And obviously many of you follow him on X. He's gone on to have a big business with whatever his site and company that he owns, and big following on social media. I got to rip Jack Posobiec on January 29th, 2022.
Lock him up.
At 11:23 p.m., he actually tweeted what I said if the analogy was applied to me. Had I have said 86-46, meaning take out Joe Biden, Odyssey would zip me quick, fast, and in a hurry, and my wife would look at me and say, you're a moron, you just lost a great job, and now you're dead to me, I'm going to divorce you. So Jack Posobiec, 86-46, on a whatever night this was at 11:23 p.m., is doing the same thing that James Comey did. And I'm just going to guess because I don't have Instagram, so I don't know how many followers James Comey has on Instagram. Can't imagine anybody really wants to follow James Comey on Instagram for random seashell pictures and pictures of Kamala Harris support in the sand. But I know Jack Posobiec, I think, has over 1 million followers, if I'm just going to guess. And he says 86-46. So, I mean, if we're going to be consistent about this and be outraged.
Well, we're not consistent. We're not
Of
going
course
to
not.
be outraged about this.
Of course not.
We're not going to be
No.
outraged about this.
But,
By the way,
Jack Posobiec, come on, dude.
By the way, you shouldn't be outraged about any of this, but
outraged.
You should not be outraged about this either.
Yeah, I'm consistent. I'm outraged about all of it.
Okay.
If I had to think of who do I truly dislike, I don't hate any politician. I really don't. No matter how bad a policy is, no matter how woke or progressive you are, no matter what district you destroy, I don't hate these people. I hate their policies. I hate the grift that is what they do. But I would never, and I'm trying to think of who.
Lib. Is Jack a retired FBI director? No, Lib, he's not. But I would argue that he has more of a following and influence on social media than Jack Comey's or Jim Comey, whatever his name is, Instagram.
Yeah, James Comey, which is sometimes
FBI director.
I always get Comer and Comey incorrect and mix them up. But I mean, seriously, I'm trying to think of who I dislike the most. Probably Ilhan Omar. If I had to think about the most detestable squad dem out there, it's probably her. Maybe Swalwell. I would never tweet out that they need to be 86th to my massive following of 18,000 people on X. It's just embarrassing. I'm kind of glad you found that.
So when I say I'm going to 86 these cheese fries, I'm going to assassinate those cheese fries. Is that what that means?
We got a bike ride coming up. I would.
Is that what that means?
Strongly recommend no cheese fries across the board.
86 this segment.
I 86 every segment. I don't think I've ever had a bad segment in my life. 855-839-1210. So there's that in the name of consistency. Let me get to the economy. I thought this was interesting, and I asked Phil this because Phil also works at Wegmans a little bit when he's not here. So there's kind of conflicting data and messages out there about the economy. Axios with a headline saying inflation and recession fears may be overblown as hard data suggests otherwise. And Axios wrote, with major indicators from April, the month of peak tariff uncertainty now in, none show the kind of recessionary or inflationary conditions implied by business and consumer surveys. New data out yesterday showed steady retail sales and a surprising drop in wholesale prices in April. So far, so good. Now, on the flip side, Walmart reported their Q1 earnings yesterday. They beat their first quarter earnings estimates, but fell short of sales expectations. And their CFO, John David Rainey, said consumers could start to see higher prices as soon as later this month. The company said its e-commerce business was profitable for the first time during the quarter. CNBC goes on to write, even so, the Arkansas-based discounter beat quarterly earning expectations and stuck by its full-year forecast, which calls for sales to grow 3 to 4% and adjusted earnings of $2.50 to $2.60 per share for the fiscal year. In an interview with CNBC, Chief Financial Officer John David Rainey said tariffs are, quote, still too high, even with the recently announced agreement to lower duties on imports from China to 30% for the next 90 days. He said, quote, we're wired for everyday low prices, but the magnitude of these increases is more than any retailer can absorb. It's more than any supplier can absorb, and so I'm concerned that consumers are going to start seeing higher prices. You'll begin to see that likely towards the tail end of this month as we approach Memorial Day weekend, and then certainly much more in June. And I said this to Phil when Phil was in here during the last break. I said, are you seeing inside of the Wegmans that you work at, are you seeing prices that have gone up? And he has not. And I have also said the same thing. Now, I have not seen prices going up in any of the daily or weekly purchases and the routine shoppings, whether it's groceries or the random pickup stuff throughout the week. But I also have not seen, and this is a little concerning for me, I have not seen gas prices in my area go down, anything substantially. There was a little stretch where I saw gas like hanging and hovering around 302, 303 at this.
I got it yesterday. It was under $3.
Where are you getting it at?
Well, I was up in Westchester yesterday, scouting out our location for our future live broadcast.
Oh.
But I saw, I got it at a Wawa. It was under $3. It was like $2.98 or $2.97.
Nice. I would like to find that because where I'm at in Montgomery County, I can do the Wawa, which is I think $3.15 still. Or I could do this little knockoff place that's usually $3.04, $3.05. It's usually about 10 cents cheaper than Wawa. But I have yet to find a place, other than in the state of New Jersey. But you're saying Westchester under $3 a gallon.
The Wawa I was at yesterday was under $3 a gallon.
Yeah. So with Walmart's prices going up, you're going to be shopping there later tonight, right? You're going to go in around 10:30, throw on your Crocs and sweatpants.
Walmart, the crap that they sell in Walmart.
It's going up.
The prices are going up. Oh, no.
So I wonder if that's going to be the same thing where the elitists shop at Target.
Lori says gas in South Jersey is averaging $2.89. $2.89.
I could see that in Jersey. Jersey's always cheaper.
And they pump it for you.
Yeah, I had a buddy in Tennessee yesterday. He said it was $2.87. I'd kill for $2.87. So.
But egg prices are down.
They are.
Inflation just hit a 4-year low.
I haven't seen
good news.
A lot in the shopping world of the grocery store. I have not seen inflation kick in and make the grocery process more painful. But again, I haven't really seen the gas. I guess I have to keep looking. They ought to do. And I know somebody's going to probably say this on the YouTube chat that it already exists. I'm sure it actually probably does. We should have in the state of Pennsylvania a state-operated app where you can enter your zip code and it just ranks within a certain search radius of miles the gas prices. So you can pick and choose within reason as to where you want to drive to save money for gas. Does that exist? Because I would love that. If I can save 13 cents a gallon on an 18-gallon truck, sign me up.
Yeah, Gas Buddy, like those sites, they all
do that.
Is
What that is?
Yeah.
So that's an app?
Yeah.
Gas Buddy.
By the way, Ipso Facto brings up a good point. He says, Nick, that Wawa that you're talking about on 202, DeKalb Pike, it's a major road. Prices are always higher on high traffic areas that also happen to be affluent.
Yeah, I get that.
So you and your rich area,
you driving around that corner, that intersection, it's a hellhole.
As you're hanging around all the blue bloods and Bluebell.
That area looks like it got hit by a bomb in Gaza. Potholes, construction, road closures, barns that are out of business.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Honestly, I don't even, whenever I need gas, my problem is that I always wait until I have about, 8 miles left. I'm like, I need a gas station. I don't care if it's $37 a gallon. I need it right now.
So you go basically bone dry.
I go, yeah, my wife, because I'm usually carting my kid around. She's like, "What if you run out of gas with Dylan in the car?" I'm like, I won't.
See,
my
wife's
I've never run
the
out of
opposite.
gas.
She always tries to tell me, even if it hits 0 and it says you're down to 0 gallons left, you can still go like another 30 miles.
You probably can.
Can you?
No,
Don't risk it.
I would never risk it with my son in the car. However, if I was by myself, I would try that experiment. I would definitely try that experiment.
Oh, for sure.
We went through a stretch with my husband where he would run out of gas all the time.
Yeah.
Really? Like literally stop operating the vehicle?
It's a guy thing.
It is.
And then there were...
I mean, if I'm cognizant that I'm down to like 42 miles and I've got to stop and get something anyway, I'll fill it up. But I typically get it down to single digits.
But then I show up with this. So I go to a gas station, fill up the thing. Because if you ever run out of gas, you can just call me. Because I have all those little red gas can things.
You have a whole trunk full of fuel?
No, it's not in the trunk.
God
It's
forbid
in
you ever get hit from
driveway.
behind.
No, it's in the
You're driving an explosive
garage.
bomb.
It's going to explode.
Oh, my God.
I know.
Wow.
I would show up on the roadway. He's
Yeah.
like, can you put it in there? Because I'm embarrassed and people might not recognize me. I'm like,
I'm
okay.
gonna give a throwback story here. Stalker, this will resonate with you.
No, it's not Married with Children. is
No. You remember the cost of gas when you were living on the border of Easton and Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania, New Jersey.
Absolutely.
You go across the bridge and you go into New Jersey, and the price of gas, I'll never forget it. In downtown, if you're a Lehigh Valley listener or have any recognition of
all 10 of you
from the Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton area, you would in downtown Easton there would be an Exxon and gas, and this was like 1999, right? So gas would be $1.17 a gallon. But if you go across the bridge, the free bridge they called it, in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, across the Delaware River, it'd be 99 cents, and you'd save 17, 18 cents, and they pump it for you in New Jersey.
Yep.
And my dad back in the day, I've never actually put this into practice in my own adult life. He would get $10 worth of gas.
Oh yeah, dude.
He would never fill up.
I did it all the time. We
were kids.
I used to do it. I used to find change in my change thing and be like, how much will this get me? Like 2 gallons.
Yeah, but my dad's 45 at the time.
Yeah, I know.
And he's getting $10. And I looked at him at 15 years old. I said, your miles per gallon, you're actually, you're better off filling it up, right? Because it always seems like the first half of the gas goes much slower than the second half. He's getting $10 and filling up like every 2 days. Just put $30 in.
Ken on YouTube says it's not good for the car because the most sediment at the bottom of the tank will go through the gas line. Always fill when you have 1/4 of a tank left. Wow.
1/4?
Man, I never do that.
No shot. 1/4.
What's 1/4? That's like I don't know.
For me, about $13 or $14.
Remember, in Pennsylvania, we have one of the highest tax rates in the nation. Like we're in the top 3.
Yeah.
Because we have 76 cents a gallon. If every 76 cents per gallon is taxes, state and federal.
Okay.
76 cents. That's part of the reason Jersey has always been cheaper,
and
even though they raised theirs.
And that's the reason why the gas stations in Pennsylvania aren't profitable either, except for the convenience stuff inside, right? These operators don't make much money off the gas itself. Don't. It's when you go in and get the hoagie and the Gatorade and the Red Bull and cigarettes and all that other stuff. Yeah. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. It is a fired up Ferris Friday. Sean is going to join us on the other side, live from Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm sure he's got some thoughts on 86ing 47 and everything else that we have lined up for a Friday installment of the Cut Sheet.
Controversy ever.
Which also has, we have Fight Club today again, right?
We do.
More fights?
Actually, we have an open for it.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
I like it.
Wow. All right, Jimbo.
People are interested. People are contacting our sales department as we speak.
Yeah.
To sponsor Fight Club. And it's a good one today.
Oh, is it?
Oh, it's a good one.
Okay.
Oh, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
All right.
There might be a car involved.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
2 men.
Yeah.
Driver side.
Ooh.
Passenger side.
Yeah.
It's good.
Any wigs or weaves go flying?
No.
No?
It's two dudes.
Two dudes.
But I think you should throughout the week and then have like the best of who wins.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Because
Wow.
I think those big women and those, because it was Mother's Day, was after church, and they had their Sunday
Big women
church dresses.
So like on Fridays we vote.
Yeah, like everybody votes and goes
Fight of the week.
It's our Friday Fight
Dawn.
Club 5. Our Friday Fight Club 5. See, there's your creative.
Wow.
There's your sales pitch scoping.
Hey, sales, get on this. We're brainstorming on air.
Now, what time are we going to do this within the cut sheet? Because we have to set a set time, right?
I think we've been doing it in the 9 o'clock hour, so like 9:10 or something like that. We'll do it something 9:10 for all of you morning drive listeners. 9:10.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
Just a thought.
More bells and whistles in the final hour. I like it. I like bells and whistles. Back after this here on Kayal and Company.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles
vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Seven 45. It is Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning. You know, that means two things. The cut sheet is upon us, and Sean Farish is with us. What's going on today, buddy? How are you?
Oh, it has been quite the last, 12 hours or so now that we have former FBI directors calling for the president to be killed. It's been a fun couple of times. I woke up this morning, the first thing I did, I played Oceanfront Property by George Strait, because if you believe that James Comey didn't know what 86 meant, I got some Oceanfront Property in Arizona I'd love to sell you.
Our buddy Mike Opelka, who used to do some work here at our station also, he just tweeted, and I have not confirmed this, but I guess if you Google and post the question in Google of how many days has it been since 9/11/2001, the answer, according to Mike Opelka, is 8647, as in 8,647 days since 9/11/2001. I don't know how that cannot be a coincidence, or what the implications are, or what that does to throw a monkey wrench into the equation here, but figured I'd pass that along. Before we get to the cut sheet, I just want to get your thoughts on everything that played out yesterday, and then we'll fire up the cut sheet.
Yeah, I mean, the thought is basically, if you're not going to take it seriously, or the reason why we are all saying it should be taken seriously, is because on July 13th, 2024, the guy who you're trying to 86 was almost 86th, okay? So I think we need to calm down with this rhetoric. Now, I did see a bunch of shirts on Amazon back in the Biden era that said 8646, and I want to be very clear. I don't support that either. I never bought one. I didn't want people to wear those. I don't want to kill my political opponents. That's not me, okay? The fact that there are other people who think that that's a good idea, that's their problem, and I denounce and condemn that. I don't want people calling for the death of Obama, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, James Comey. Let's just stop killing people. Stop masking our words when it comes to how to deal with your political opponents, and just calm down. I just think that obviously what Comey did yesterday, the post on Instagram, if it really wasn't a problem, he wouldn't have deleted it. He knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't just find those shells on the beach, okay? I grew up 5 miles from the beach on Long Island and never saw shells like that before. He also happened to have, conveniently a few months ago found a shell that had Kamala Harris's name on it, which I've never seen that occur in nature either. So I think it's ridiculous. I think what Comey did could be prosecutable. He should at the very least be visited by Secret Service, and there needs to be severe consequences to serve as a deterrent from keeping it from happening again.
All right, let's get down to business. 7:49 Friday morning. Time for one last What's on the Cut Sheet for this week.
What's on The Cut Sheet!
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off of your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends June 14th. Plus, save even more with Easy Rewards program at Staples. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring the best, I believe, the best edition, because we get to all the stuff that... It's all the leftover stuff, a lot of the leftover stuff from the week that we don't get to because there's just so much news happening. So, let's start with reparations, shall we?
Why not?
I think I need some reparations.
I think everybody should get reparations.
For working at the station.
I love some.
For working at the station for 20 years.
Yeah.
And being consistent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Lifetime Achievement Award?
Lifetime Achievement Award that I deserve. Damn it.
I was here since Bush 43, sucker.
Greg Stocker, Susan Lucci of WPHT.
There's a reference, Dawn. Thank you so much. All right, let's start with cut one. The House Democrats introduced a not million, not billion, multi-trillion dollar.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Reparation bill to eliminate the wealth gap between whites and blacks.
Okay.
One, roll.
A duty to repair. So let's make it clear. There is a debt that does exist. This country has taken so much from black folks and has a debt it owes because for over 400.
Can we stop this for a second? You say this is not sped up.
To my knowledge, no.
Sounds like the end of a car commercial.
It sounds like it's sped up.
You think so?
It has to be.
She seems very animated to me. That's
We're
why
on something.
We're on something, right?
Well, I mean, this is who? Summer Lee? Is that Summer Lee, guys?
Is that Summer Lee?
I'm not sure.
Yes. Yeah, it's not Presley. Presley has the shaved head, I believe. Ayanna Presley.
Oh, yeah.
Ayanna Presley.
That's Summer Lee.
That's Summer Lee from Pennsylvania.
I've heard her speak. I know she speaks fast. I didn't think she spoke this fast, but
okay.
I don't know. Roll it, yeah.
A duty to repair. So let's make it clear. There is a debt that does exist. This country
that has to be sped up.
Yeah, this is 100% sped up. This is 100% sped up.
She's moving too quick.
I don't know. I've seen Squad Dems get very animated, man.
Zabruder.
Yeah, but I don't know. This is a member of Congress. They don't move very fast.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
Oh.
They're usually sleeping. Roll it.
400 years into this very day, this country has stolen black labor, black lives, and black futures. Industries were built and maintained through the subjugation of black people in this country, and wealth was built and maintained through the discriminatory policies that still plague us to this day. And to be clear, some people directly benefited from it or are direct beneficiaries of it. We have systems that create and perpetuate imbalances and balances in our society, and you either benefit from it or you are disenfranchised by it. And black people continue to be disenfranchised and harmed by these systems. Others receive advantages from it.
You know, Sean, I don't know about you, but I'm at the point now where and I've said this before, you think about, black individuals maybe in the 40s or 50s or 60s that had to deal with real racism, segregation, and the stuff that they're talking about. But I mean, I was born in '84. I don't recall in the 90s growing up seeing such systemic racism around every corner that I looked. And as we move into the 2000s and the 2010s and then 2020, I mean, to sit here and claim that you're a victim in this day and age, I mean, the more boxes you check, the more desirable you are, sadly, as opposed to how merit-worthy you are for a position, a promotion, an admission to a college. This is so. I mean, we've got a national deficit of what, 36 trillion. We'll just give up. Here's what we'll do. We'll go down to the basement. We'll get the printing press out. We'll just print up a bunch of money, and everybody will get trillions, and then everybody will be happy, right?
It's a great idea. Yeah, it's not like that'll devalue the dollar or anything, right? Like what happened in Venezuela, where they have to take the money. The paper money that they have, it's more useful for them to burn it to stay warm than it is to go to the grocery store and buy food with it. Now, the reparations thing is crazy. Was Summer Lee ever a slave? Does she know anybody who ever owned slaves? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never owned a slave. I've conversely never been a slave. I have been in professions past. A very underpaid employee, but that's not a slave.
No, it's called a radio producer.
It's almost a slave, but it's not. Reparations for what? What are we repaying you for? She's saying, well, all of the the position that the United States as a country, all the way back to slavery, that it has put black people in. I sit there and go, hey, you know, I just saw like the NBA last night. These guys are all on the floor. A lot of them aren't the same skin color as me. They're making a lot of money.
NFL.
You know, I look at the NFL, right? I look at music. I look at everything. There are multiracial people all across the country who are successful if they do what? If they work hard. Just work hard. You're in Congress. You are in no position to sit there and say that you need money for doing nothing. You already do nothing.
Summer
right?
Lee is 37 years old. She's almost 5 years younger than me.
There was a promise. There was a promise, though, at the end of the Civil War that it was, you know, believe that Lincoln's assassination basically led to the plan's ruin, but the promise of 40 acres and a mule.
Mm-hmm.
So freed slaves were, at the end of the Civil War, that was a Republican philosophy.
Yeah, I remember the Democrat philosophy of Gavin Newsom, a lot of California politicians. It's amazing. They keep bringing up reparations, yet they don't have a real plan for it. It's just an emotional grift. I mean, why don't you just...
That's all it is.
I mean, she's from the 12th Congressional District of Pennsylvania.
County.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's been in office since 2023. I'm not sure what the homeless rate is in that district, but how about you start there as opposed to this never-ending emotional trolling of reparations? Nobody buys it.
Hearts for her on the YouTube chat says, I am a 67-year-old black man. There may have been some racism back when I was a child, but frankly, I don't remember it. So get off your high horse, lady. Get to work and earn what you want.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
23 here, Phil. This is more from Summer Lee. She clarifies that black people do not need... I'm just reading what's written here. Black people do not need to have any slave ancestry to qualify for slavery reparations.
Oh, no?
So you don't actually need to have been a ancestor of a slave to qualify for this. Black millionaires qualify, too.
Oh, yeah?
By the way, okay, so now we have to define the word black, though. Is it anybody who has
great point.
a high melanin, high melanin makeup in their skin, right?
Yep.
I mean, is a Dominican a black person? Is a Haitian a black person? I mean, when does it stop? Is my question.
Well, there's a...
According to Sonny Hostin, we have a black pope. I mean, does Pope Leo get reparations? And what about his brother Lou?
Yeah,
he doesn't look black to me. She said he's black.
Well, he has Haitian roots, so she said that
she's black.
She's taking this as him being the first black pope.
I mean, what if I went on like...
I can't wait till she reads a legal note about how that's not true.
That's coming.
Yeah.
That's coming, by the way.
I have to read this from the Suits at ABC.
All right, more from Summer Lee. Roll it.
Has been exactly what does your resolution really aim for? Is it that black Americans of a certain economic level, are they being targeted? Is it everyone? So basically, it doesn't matter.
Is everything here sped up?
It's pretty much all black Americans.
Yeah.
What about those individuals of any race that have a lineage
I think
going
it's just
back
a bunch
to
of
Sitting
slave
through that
America?
at regular speed is insufferable. That's why.
Like, get to the point, lady.
It's like ripping the Band-Aid off, right, versus going hair by hair, right? It's like, ow,
It
ow.
could have been 3 minutes, but we dubbed it to make it 90 seconds.
That's exactly what happened there. Yeah.
Keep going, even though this is
So to be
sped up.
very clear, whether or not a black descendant of American chattel slavery were able to break into the middle class, they are still, and they were able to do that despite the harms, despite the past injustices done to them. So they are not excluded from the reparation and the remedies therein.
All right, I can't take it. So you basically had what I said is what she said there about
Right.
that you don't even need to be the ancestor of a slave to get it from there.
This is all about keeping a certain segment of the population feeling like they are victims and that they can get these people to vote for them on the grift that is reparations. That is not a reality.
What if you?
That's it.
What if you identify as black?
What if I identify as poor?
Well, that has happened before.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Remember the head of the NAACP?
Yeah. What was her name?
Oh my God.
Damn. But you're right.
It's a great point.
It happened before.
Yeah. If dudes can identify
Good
as chicks, can't white people identify as black?
I mean,
I'll tell you what, if there's reparations going out, I'm identifying as black tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll even go on tape, overdose on fentanyl, and say I can't breathe.
Rachel Dolezal.
Dolezal, that's right.
Remember
yes,
her?
I do.
Sounds like a pharmaceutical.
Thank you, Dawn.
What are the side effects of Dolezal?
Let's go to let's go to Ayanna Presley and see if she's sped up.
All right. I mean, this is coming from PBS and
Two.
C-SPAN.
Yeah, two, Phil. See if these are.
I don't know. Maybe everybody was just chugging Red Bulls.
I hope Ayanna Presley is sped up because
Yeah.
she's,
Yeah.
Again, insufferable.
Yeah.
Discrimination against
Yep.
black people.
There it is.
We are in a moment of anti-blackness on steroids, and we refuse to be silent. We will not back down in our pursuit of racial justice.
she sounds
the
better this
antidote to
way.
anti-blackness is to be pro-black, and we will do it unapologetically. The United States government owes us a debt, and we need reparations.
I don't think that is sped up. I think that is natural.
No.
I might be in the
No, that's
minority on
definitely
this one.
sped up.
She sounds like the
You got to
micro-
look at the way the people are moving. That she sounds like NMLS number. Yep.
She sounds like the
Well,
micro machine guy.
those are all the side effects of the depression medication when
Yes.
they speed it up, especially when it gets to the part where it says suicidal thoughts. You're taking depression medication to not have that happen, and it's a side effect,
Yes. 855.
Jardiance you may grow an extra head. You know what I mean? It's like,
I don't know. Ayanna Presley's got a big dome.
That's a big dome.
That's Barry Bonds'
That's
head on
big.
steroids.
yeah, it's getting bigger too, so she may be on steroids.
Does she have like? I'm not trying to be rude, Dawn. Does she have that condition that Jada Pinkett Smith does?
Yeah.
The
Alopecia?
I have no
Alopecia?
I think
idea.
so.
Does she?
I think so.
Okay.
But I make fun of her anyway.
No, yeah, no, I
She could get a wig.
I'm an equal
Yeah.
opportunity
Right.
making fun
I
of.
mean, Frank Luntz wears a wig.
Yeah.
Right?
Oof, that's a bad wig.
It
I
is.
call her, you know what we call Ayanna Presley? I call her shiny head, right? You could rub her head and you could tell somebody's future. It's like the magic 8-ball.
David is in New Jersey, and David's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, guys, how's it going? I'm just listening to all this, and I just wanted to kind of chime in a little bit. I'm not a victim, don't claim to be a victim, but I commute every day on 78, 287.
Yeah.
I see everybody in their cars doing the trip to work every day. And I think that the United States just sold us on this whole gig, like, work real hard, we'll take half your money, and you can buy a house and you can try to live the American dream. But doesn't that make us all slaves in a roundabout way? Like you won't work harder. We'll take more, and we'll keep you in this little bubble of the workforce. We'll take half your money. And so I'm a slave to the United States government.
Yeah.
The state of New Jersey.
That's right.
They kill us.
We're all slaves to
We're
Uncle
all
Sam.
slaves.
Yep.
And David,
got it,
when
brother.
you buy your house, you got to pay property taxes, right? So you
Thank
rent
you.
your land from the government,
Don't get
right?
me started,
so, I mean, it's
guys.
just,
Don't get me
it's
started on
ridiculous.
taxes. I got property tax. I got school tax. I got county tax. In Hunterdon County, you got to pay people to take your garbage away.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have it's not free service.
Yeah.
Water tax. I got a well. They tax the well. Like, how do you tax water that you pull out of the ground? Oh, yeah, we'll charge you for water, even though we're not doing anything with it. We're all slaves, guys. I want some reparations.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
too.
buddy.
I
Me
know. I
too.
need at least $1 trillion, and I'll take that spread. Now, do you want the bulk or the lump sum, or do you want it distributed like when you win Powerball? By the way, the best part too is these morons that think they're entitled to reparations. They continue to vote Democrats, and Democrats historically will tax you at a higher rate because there's more government involvement. It's like if you're tired of the taxes, then maybe vote Republican, you buffoon.
Yeah.
I digress.
I don't know.
It's a valid point, you know. It's
It
a
would
valid
make
point.
the Democrats crazy if Trump came out and said, because he talks, remember Doug Burgum, they talked about how much federal land, hundreds of millions of acres the federal government owns. And so it would basically move around the population if they said to DNA proven ancestors of freed slaves, hey, under Lincoln, we're going to give you 40 acres. Pick your 40 acres across the country. So it would take people necessarily out of blue areas. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It would make
What about the mule?
And you could get a mule or a horse. By the way, I Mr. President, I saw
Tim
those
Walz is
beautiful.
going to take you up on that offer.
It's funny.
What?
But can you
He
imagine?
likes horses.
You imagine if Trump said something like that and said, Lincoln said you could get the land, want to give you the land, and then it would reallocate or redistribute the populations,
right?
Because now you would be a landowner,
Mhm.
but maybe you can choose that 40 acres of the 600
Well,
plus.
you could do 40 acres, and you could do a mule, and Am I allowed to say jackass, right?
Of course.
I think I could say that. The first one that we're leaving, that we're offering is AOC, right? You look at her. She looks like a donkey. We could say that.
By the way, have you
By the way, did you see what I did on Saturday? Did you see what happened?
What'd you do?
I ended the India-Pakistan war. We call it World War 7-11. It's over. Right? It's over.
Mr.
We ended
President.
it. Both countries, by the way, thought they were scamming each other, right?
Well, you have Sri Thanadar trying to impeach you in Michigan, sir.
Yes, he's not happy with it because, no, he's not happy because he got fired by 7-Eleven. He was a bad worker. But you look at, I got a phone call, and they said to me, sir, we want to talk to you about your extended warranty. I said, we're not going to do that. But I knew we had India, we had Pakistan on the phone. They made a deal.
Sure.
And at the end of the deal, they both said to each other, thank you, come again. And that was the end of it. Right?
Roll
That was the
Tide.
end of it.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. Let's stay in New Jersey. One more call before we continue with the cut sheet. Ed in Delran.
What's up?
I know Ed in
What is this? What is this?
It's Delran DJ Friday. Come on, everybody.
What is happening?
Let's go. Touch the sky. Today.
I'm not sure what's happening, but I like it.
Woo!
This is Sour Shoes. What's happening? All right.
Sure.
Dance party. Kayal and Company dance party.
My lord.
Woo!
Thanks, Ed.
Do the Trump dance.
Ed is actually the DJ on the morning show for Delran Odyssey.
You guys see Sean doing the Trump dance. It was perfect.
Of course.
Nice. All right.
All right, well, there's Ed.
That was fun.
Yeah, I figured Ed would have some thoughts on the Biden cover-up. Maybe he's purchasing the Jake Tapper book, Fake Schrapper.
Yesterday, the Supreme Court heard arguments on whether lower courts have the authority to block the Trump administration's order to end birthright citizenship. Amy Coney Barrett, talked. So, I guess this is about the Trump administration respect the judgment, but not necessarily the opinion of the lower court.
The lower courts that work their way all the way up to SCOTUS.
Yeah.
Coney Barrett has this just ridiculous word salad here.
Cut 4, Phil. Go.
Opinions and judgments here. Did I understand you correctly to tell Justice Kagan that the government wanted to reserve its right to maybe not follow a Second Circuit precedent, say, in New York, because you might disagree with the opinion?
Our general practice is to respect those precedents, but there are circumstances when it is not a categorical practice. It is, and that is not
This
a new
administration's practice or the longstanding practice of the federal government? And I'm not talking about in the Fourth Circuit, are you going to respect a Second Circuit? I'm talking about within the Second Circuit. And can you say, is that this administration's practice or a longstanding one?
As I understand it, longstanding policy of the Department of Justice. Yes, that we generally, as it was phrased to me, generally respect circuit precedent, but not necessarily in every case. And some examples might be a situation where we're litigating to try and get that circuit precedent overruled and so forth.
Well, okay, so I'm not talking about a situation in which, you know, the Second Circuit has a case from 1955 and you think it's time for it to be challenged. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in this kind of situation. I'm talking about this week, the Second Circuit holds that the executive order is unconstitutional, and then what do you do the next day or the next week?
Generally, we follow those.
So you're still saying generally?
Yes.
And you still think that it's generally the policy, long-standing policy of the federal government to take that approach?
That is my understanding.
Okay, so, but it sounds to me like you accept a Cooper versus Aaron kind of situation for the Supreme Court, but not for, say, the Second Circuit. Like where you would respect the opinions and the judgments of the Supreme Court, and you're saying you would respect the judgment, but not necessarily the opinion of a lower court.
And again, I think in the vast majority of instances, our practice has been to respect the opinion as well, in the circuits as well, but my understanding is that has not been a categorical practice in the way respect for the precedents and the judgments of the Supreme Court has been.
So you're not hedging at all with respect to the precedent of this court?
That is correct. I believe the quotation from our application directly addresses that, and we stand by that completely.
Does he have the same affliction that RFK Jr.
I was
does?
just going to ask you that. Boy, he is very raspy.
That's
Sour.
John Sauer, the
Yes.
U.S. Solicitor General.
Yeah. Three takeaways on that. One, I'm in agreement with the Trump administration as far as ending the birthright citizenship. I think they should. although I don't think it's going to be a winner. Jonathan Turley was kind of live tweeting it yesterday and giving like play-by-play commentary of the arguments before the justices. So that was interesting, and he thinks it's going to be a very tough uphill battle. But then I saw a lot of people, not just legal scholars, but just people commenting on how disappointed they are with Barrett as far as, you know, being a Trump selection, so to speak. You think he regrets that one? I mean, that's kind of been floated out there by a lot of people that just do not like the fact that she doesn't rule with him, you know, on everything.
Well, I'm not looking for her to rule with him on everything. I want her to be
that's not her job.
Of course not.
That's not her job.
I know.
Right? So, but the problem is, folks online we've all become very tribal, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where like if you're not 100% fiercely loyal to Donald Trump, like, oh, I don't know, heaven forbid you think it was a stupid idea to endorse Mike Lawler, Lindsey Graham, and many, many others, you're now all of a sudden you're turning on Donald. No, my job is not to walk in lockstep with Donald Trump, nor is Amy Coney Barrett's job to do that. However, there have been a number of rulings that she has made that I don't think. I think take Trump out of the equation. They're not good rulings, right? I think people are upset with her. They will default to she's stabbing Trump in the back, but her job is not to be loyal to Trump, is to be loyal to the Constitution. But there have been instances where she has stabbed the Constitution in the back also. So I think she. I don't know. Do I think he regrets the pick? He may. I think it's more likely than not that he regrets the pick, but. Yeah. I think we also need to calm down with, you know, it's her job to, you know, vote his way. It's not her job to vote his way. It's, you know, it's her job to review what's in front of her on a constitutional basis.
But in this case, isn't it that since like the 60s, they've weaponized certain laws? There are a lot of rulings on this that go back. But my understanding of it is that, you know, before the 60s, or maybe they were mentioning the 1950s, this was not put into question. Then they realized it's basically the lower courts, these circuit courts, that can basically suppress, if you will, or challenge the executive branch's agenda. And so that's
what we're seeing.
So that in part has less to do with birthright citizenship. It could have, you know, the implications for other things.
Right.
So I wish, in a way, this had gone to the Supreme Court, maybe not on birthright citizenship case, because it might not be about necessarily the birthright citizenship issue.
Right.
Right? It's the issue of can these circuit courts, these lower courts, can they essentially form a blockade?
Yeah.
It's like debating the tush push for the Eagles. You know what I mean?
This is the new 2025 modernized version of the weaponized, you know, courts, from being prosecuted by everybody under the sun when you're running in 2023 and 2024 to now we have activist judges that are just going to put up a blockade to everything that Trump wants to execute, which is really a slap in the face. And look, if there's legal merit for somebody being over their skis, or if the Trump administration is doing something they don't have the authority to do, I respect the rule of law, but it just seems like, boy, every single week that goes by, it's another district judge, it's a Democrat, it's this, hey, I'm going to just raise a big stink and muddy this up so you can't execute what the American people voted for.
By the way, Pete Buttigieg loves a good tush push.
Well,
right?
On the bike, too. Right.
Well,
But-
Mr. President is very expensive.
Mayor Pete!
But, you know, it's amazing, though, when people talk about this, and you talked about slavery and reparations.
Yep.
There are many of these scholars who say this has to do with the 14th Amendment, had to do with, it goes right back to after the Civil War. It has to do with the fact that they wanted to make sure that people whose countries sold them into slavery, that those countries could not get them back. And that it has nothing to do with immigration. It has to do with the slavery issue.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens with SCOTUS. That ruling, by the way, should come out in, we think, June.
Yeah,
So they're debating it. Yes,
Yeah,
birthright.
Yep.
When all the decisions come out the last week in June.
Yeah.
And we're on vacation.
Right.
Elena Kagan weighed in. Cut 5 here.
It sort of depends on the government's own actions in a case like this one, where one can expect that there is not going to be a great deal of disagreement among the lower courts. I mean, let's assume that you lose in the lower courts pretty uniformly, as you have been losing on this issue. and that you never take this question to us. I mean, I noticed that you didn't take the substantive question to us. You only took the nationwide injunction question to us. I mean, why would you take the substantive question to us? You're losing a bunch of cases, this guy over here, this woman over here, they'll have to be treated as citizens, but nobody else will. Why would you ever take this case to us?
Well, in this particular case, we have deliberately not presented the merits to this court on the question of the scope of remedies, because, of course, that makes it a clean vehicle where the court doesn't have to look at the past.
You're ignoring the import of my question. I'm suggesting that in a case in which the government is losing constantly, there's nobody else who's going to appeal, they're winning, it's up to you to decide whether to take this case to us. If I were in your shoes, there is no way I'd approach the Supreme Court with this case.
Well, of course not.
So you just keep on losing in the lower courts, and what's supposed to happen to prevent that?
Again, I respectfully disagree with that forecast of the merits, but in response to the question, what I would say is we have an adversarial system, and if the government is not, for example, not respecting circuit precedent on the court's hypothetical in the Second Circuit, someone injured in the Second Circuit could take the case up, and they could say, look, the government is violating circuit precedent on the hypothetical multiple circuits.
That's the case we're going to take? Somebody who says, after we've said that this all has to be done one by one by one, then we're going to take a case from somebody who objects to proceeding one by one by one?
Unless I'm getting this wrong, I was always under the impression, whether it was in some classes in college or the brief period where I went to law school, that the Supreme Court gets to pick and choose what cases they decide to hear.
Oh, yeah.
So why is it as if, Elena Kagan and anybody else that sits on that bench with 8 other justices, I don't know if this is a loser and if this is not worth the time, which is the impression and the tone I feel like she's giving off in that commentary there, then why even hear Sauer's argument and take it up in the first place? That's my question based off of what we just heard there.
Well, it's because none of them are biologists. So, that's all.
Well,
that's
why. Ketanji Brown Jackson can't define what a female is, so.
No, she's not a biologist. Neither is Amy Coney Barrett. You're not a biologist. I'm not a biologist.
Right.
We don't know what anything is anymore.
Right.
No, you're right. The Supreme Court can decide what to take, what not to take. So if it's that ridiculous, why'd they take it? But do you think that maybe the conservative justices, or I don't even like saying that, but the Roberts, Gorsuch, Alito, Thomas, Barrett, Kavanaugh, all of those guys decide, they outweighed the folks who said, let's not take it. Maybe that's why.
That could be true.
Yeah, that could be it.
Forgive me, I don't know who this person is who's doing this interview. Maybe you guys do. But the substance of it is what I'm actually interested in. So there's these liberal activists outside of the detention centers protesting about, the ICE detention centers.
Is this Delaney Hall again?
I'm not sure if it's Delaney Hall, which one it is, but this blue-haired activist
that sums it all up.
Is this Rose?
That's it.
Is very, very upset about the due process of all the murderers, killers, and rapists, and how they deserve dignity. And the question was actually asked, do you think a child rapist deserves dignity?
Yeah.
And she says, absolutely, I do.
Yeah, because their victims were dignified.
Cut 3 here, Phil.
I'm so tired of these people.
People are inside that facility.
And they're MS-13 members, they're child traffickers, they're drug traffickers, they're bringing drugs into this country.
They're still human beings.
So you don't care if they're the worst criminal in the world and they have raped and murdered children, they're okay and they're still human beings and they should be here?
I believe that they are human beings and that they deserve dignity just as everybody else.
You think child rapists deserve dignity?
Absolutely, I do.
Well, prisoners do not believe that child rapists deserve dignity because if you go to jail for child rape, you're in a certain population where you're at risk. So here's what we should do, Sean. I can be a bit of a radical at times with my thought process from time to time. How about we just take old blue hair there and we'll take her down to one of the most notorious prisons and we'll dump her in there with the animals. Or do a little field trip. You hang out there for 24 hours. You get your 3 meals, your 3 hots in a cot, and then you tell me about dignity.
You don't even have to go that far, Nick. All you have to do is ask her if she would house these people in her home.
Yeah.
You know
Like
what I mean?
that
Like,
New Mexico judge.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
I give that New Mexico judge credit because I've been saying, hey, you want these guys to stay in the country? Why don't you live with them? And he was like, okay,
all right.
Here you go. Tren de Aragua, come on in. Right? How about that hog of a judge in Milwaukee who just got indicted, Dugan, you know?
Yeah. Dugan.
She got indicted. I mean, I think she got hit with 2 indictments because she's the size of 2 people. But, you know, but you see this. Now, Savannah Hernandez, who's doing this interview, she's a rock star with these men on the street. I guess you could say woman on the street.
Yeah.
Interview with, because she does it with Turning Point USA. It's called Frontlines, which is, she does this a lot at these protests. She's really good.
Obviously,
I think you see these blue hairs, or sometimes it's not blue hair, sometimes it's purple hair, right? Sometimes it's pink. But you have all of these people who will take your take a position that is diametrically opposed to yours because they can't admit that you're right, right? If you go to this woman and you go, don't you agree that water is wet? She's going to be like, no, it's dry.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even if she's standing in the rain soaked, she'll be like, I'm not wet right now. So you'll never win with people like that. But it's good to put that on camera and show everyone this is who the Democrats are catering to. The blue hair lady, that's who they're catering to.
Yeah.
Right?
You're
They're
right.
not catering for the middle class. They're not catering to, to women and equality. They are catering to that. That person who believes that a child rapist deserves dignity. Now, a child rapist in this country, let's say that they're legal in this country, right, deserves due process as everybody does, okay? Now, when you're held in detention, though, pretrial, whatever, because you're a threat to the community, that's part of the process that you keep calling due process. It is up to these courts and up to your attorney to prove otherwise that if somebody is detained and there's sufficient evidence that they raped a kid, if that court or whoever is in dealing with the arraignment, dealing with the hearing, says this person is a threat to the community, and they're going to be held in pretrial detention, like this guy in Michigan who just got arrested getting ready to shoot up an Air National Guard base who was connected to ISIS. They had his arraignment, and he was categorized in that case as somebody who makes the community less safe. So he's in pretrial detention. And I don't see anybody protesting on his behalf, right? Because they don't want a dude who's going to go out there and shoot people up. But the left caters to the blue hair lady. That's the point.
Yeah.
And people need to understand that come 2026.
And there's no chance she's married because nobody would wife that up.
Oh boy.
Nobody would knock that up. So
Same reason Letitia James isn't married.
She's got extra rooms in her house. So here, you take a couple of them.
Boy,
fill up your occupancy.
Boy, Letitia James with that cockeye, oof, that is rough to look at, man.
Yeah, she's just.
Well, I'll tell you this: I've been watching a couple of shows. There's some really good shows about Bigfoot out there lately.
Yeah,
right? I mean, there's one called Expedition. No, it's not. I'm not. It's the most ridiculous thing on television.
Okay, yeah.
Right? You're in the woods and they hear a noise, which could be anything, and they're like, "Did you hear that? There's a Sasquatch." But they seem to think that Sasquatch is breeding, right? That there are families of Sasquatch.
Right.
So Letitia James may not be married, but she's getting some, right? And that's why we say,
there you go.
Please don't feed the Sasquatch,
right?
Because this is her, and nobody's above the law.
Right. Can you imagine trying to climb that once a week? By the way, I would love to see you looking out there and like on a television show, Farish going through the woods with like green, with green goggles on, night vision.
Jesus, man.
What was
Nick,
that?
is that your fantasy?
He's like
I would love.
Yeah.
Dawn, I've been married a long time. I would kill for once a week. Kidding me?
Let it happen.
No, but those types of things are cool. I went ghost hunting once, and it was fascinating. Because the stuff starts going off, and you're like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
And when we watched back the video from the next day, they were like, "You got so excited." I've always wanted to do this.
Yeah.
So like with that, chasing a tornado. I would love to go look for Sasquatch.
Yep. Farish's zest for life is commendable, I must say.
But really, he
Sasquatch.
He enjoys every bit of his life.
He loves to run around in the rain and film himself.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I don't like though? Humidity.
You got to feel it
mosquitoes,
here today. Yeah.
And pollen. I'm not a fan of pollen.
And Philadelphia.
Well, I enjoy some of the people in Philadelphia. three of whom are on this show right now. However,
love you.
I say some. Okay, I don't enjoy the whole hoagie thing, but that's okay.
Hoagie. So you would never move back to the East Coast. I mean, you left. Obviously, you're a New York native.
He's gone forever.
Yeah,
He's
You would never go
I've been
back.
asked this question a gazillion times, even though gazillion isn't. I love living in Tennessee.
Yep.
And you look at how far New York has fallen just in the last couple of years since we left. No, it's just not happening. I can't come back.
Well, I mean, look at President Trump, Mar-a-Lago. You know what I mean? You think
You know
about
what
how
they
mu-
say, right? They say when I left New York, it went to hell. It went right to hell. I left, and that was it.
I'm gonna get to see. Sometimes I save things just for Sean. Like you say that there's no rhyme or reason for what we do. I've been sitting on cuts here that I actually wanted to get Sean's take on, so I kept them for him.
I'm excited.
Did you guys see? We did this earlier in the week. Did you see, Sean, the black woman statue in the middle of Times Square that they erected?
That's Letitia James also. Yes, I saw that.
So it's like this. It's this African American woman, a statue. She's plus sized, right? And we posted videos of people like just so happy that there's a woman that looks like them in Times Square, right? This influencer takes to social media and just talks about how this is progress because we yanked down Washington. And we put up this statue of this obese black woman.
Great ad for diabetes.
Daily Jardian.
Can I ask you, because Nick, Sean, you're a native New Yorker. The stuff in Times Square is like tacky garbage, isn't it? Like Bubba Gump shrimp is there. They have there's people with Elmo costumes on.
very stinky.
It's like a giant joke, isn't it? Like,
It is.
isn't
Us
everything at Times?
natives
Thank you.
would avoid Times Square.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The same way the native Tennesseans don't really go to downtown Nashville. It's a tourist thing. I'm in Times Square.
It's
I'm
like Timu on. It's tourism on
Stop
Timu.
taking selfies and tighten up your Kevlar.
Do you think somebody?
Right?
Do you think somebody put this up as kind of like a rib, like a joke?
I hope so. I hope it's a troll job, right? I mean, this woman. I don't know what the name of the statue is, but it should be Spirit Airlines customer who takes their clothes off.
And I would advise that lady to not eat any ribs.
Well, this
shopper, right, Greg? Walmart shopper.
Walmart shopper, 100%. Prices are going up in Walmart, Sean. I don't know if you noticed that.
I know. It's the end of the world as we know it, right? Recession.
Because all the junk.
By the way, I don't know if you guys have seen this.
Yeah.
What has been going on Twitter, or X as they call it now. We don't want a dead name. Between yours truly and Charles Gasparino. But there has been that's that economist on Fox Business.
Yeah.
This guy was because I came in his mentions, he was just annoying me. He's been, just whining. And I'm like, dude, you're never right about anything. And he said, show me where I was wrong. And he posted this thing on March 28th. Right. And he was just like, if the tariffs go in, inflation's going to persist. And I was like, it just hit a 5-year low. You were wrong. And then he started like freaking out about it and deleting replies, and it's just it's embarrassing. So you mentioned the Walmart prices going up for tariffs. I'm sure old Chuck is going to have something to say about that this morning.
Yeah. So Gasparino's basically Kramer. So we have the reverse Gasparino
That's right.
rule.
I've signed an executive order. We're going to hereby refer to him as Jim Kramer Light. Right?
Sure.
Jim Kramer Light. Light and sweet.
All right, so this TikTok influencer thinks that the big black woman statue in Times Square is progress. Roll it.
She look like your mother, your aunties, your cousins, your nieces. Any black woman in your family, she look like me. I am very happy that she's there. She's 12 feet tall. She's very intimidating.
Sasquatch.
When you walk by her, you just gotta respect her.
Oh boy.
You don't laugh at her.
Yeah, I do.
And the only person that should really be mad is a black woman. And we're not mad. They see us. Every single day when they go to work. They see us. She's us. And she's black. And she's tired. We are tired. You didn't think we was tired? That's art. if you cannot understand how artistic and creative that statue is, kick rocks.
Kick rocks.
That's art.
Mm-hmm.
Black women are art. Whether she had an afro puff or a dress on with a push-up bra,
I gotta do it.
she's still gonna be there. They chose us before they put a 12-foot man.
Uh-oh.
That's good. They would have never did that. New York is really lit. I love my city. I love my city. We used to have colonizers and slave owners at statues. On 14th Street, Union Square, and 42nd Street, they had George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. We yanked them bitches down.
Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, you moron.
Now there's George Floyd and that black lady. Love it. Anytime somebody fixed their teeth to say something disrespectful about a black woman, is your statue there? I don't see a statue that look like you there. I'm cool with that statue. That's power.
Well, if AOC ends up in the White House, there's your succession plan.
Sean has his glasses.
That's Joy Reid 2.0 at that point, right? I had to bring back the glasses.
Yeah.
Dude, what is it about sitting in a car and then going live on TikTok that just makes the brain do what it does there?
You know what she should be? She should try a new setting, like on railroad tracks or something.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Maybe
do
give
that-
the third rail a kiss for me.
Do that like with a tailpipe or a muffler in your mouth in a garage with the garage door closed with the vehicle running.
By the way, just to be crystal clear, like it has nothing to do with the race of the statue. It's just
of course not.
Like we're celebrating big people.
Yeah,
Like
I'm surprised that she's not offended that it's not a skinny statue.
Yeah, and truthfully, this lady, if you're not watching on YouTube,
thank you.
This lady who you're seeing is a beautiful young lady, very attractive, coiffed. Her nails. I'm looking at my nails. I'm like, oh, her nails are beautiful. She has her lashes on. Her hair is perfect. She's not a person who's overweight at all.
Well,
so
yeah, maybe,
I don't think she.
no,
I mean,
yeah,
it's hard
maybe
to tell
not.
sitting
Yeah,
in the car, but I
yeah.
mean, she's a lovely, well-dressed lady. I don't really think the statue is not necessarily
Representative of her.
I don't really think
The statue
so.
is a slob. We can say the statue looks like a slob. Okay, and I
what
think
is
that lady
that? Is
was
that-
well put together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
That lady in the car was. I think she presented herself well,
Mm-hmm.
right? I think so.
Do we
I
know
think you're right.
do we know the origination of the statue? Like where this came from?
No.
Who put this up? Is this a government
No
thing?
idea.
No.
I don't know what happened.
I still think it's a troll job. I do.
I think the fact that she cited Abraham Lincoln as being a bad person when he, freed the slaves. This reminds me of during the 2020 George Floyd riots when all BLM wanted to do was tear down a statue, no matter who it was. In upstate New York, they tore down a statue of Frederick Douglass.
Yeah.
Okay, black, like very black. Okay, in the name of Black Lives Matter and all that. I was like, that's a black guy.
Yeah.
A former slave. What are you doing? Yeah. They have no idea.
8
They
o'clock.
see statue, they want to tear it down.
Yep. 8 o'clock hour brought to you
Wait.
by. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Don,
No, just really quick. There are African Americans online who have said that this is a fat, black, ugly individual, and why did they choose somebody with a shirt that's out and sort of a camel toe?
That's
that's
you know
the
what
real
I mean?
criticism.
Yes.
Good.
Like if I,
That's why I think it's a troll job.
So there are individuals going, why, if you're going to make a statue of an African American lady, would you choose to present her as looking, you know what I mean, not a well coiffed or
word for
well
that.
dressed person?
It's a caricature.
Yeah.
That's what that is. Of
Like a stereotype.
Yes.
yeah.
Black women.
Yes.
They're calling it a
Yes.
racist mammy trope.
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. I really believe that to be true.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen Association. The Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen present Preakness Stakes Day this Saturday. Live horse racing, free family fun, drink specials, all at Parks Racing in Bensalem, 12:30 p.m. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. Gambling problem? Text me and then call 1-800-GAMBLER as the 8 o'clock hour will continue. And first, a word, though, from our friends at Piazza Auto. We're talking about Piazza Honda, where right now you can lease either the popular 2025 Civic or the HR-V, both starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HR-V provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic or HR-V for only $249 per month for 36 months. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. Shop online at piazzahonda.com, and I'll read the disclaimer like Summer Lee. Leases with $29.99 down due plus tax and tags at 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I think they're the best. And if you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is offering some great deals. They're offering 15% off James Hardie fiber cement siding as well as CertainTeed vinyl siding. And siding, think about what's happening today. We have the possibility of high winds, severe weather. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding really does have you covered. More than 30 years of experience. They complete every project with such care and such precision. I can vouch for that. And they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference as I have for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call, you can text 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Eight 8:38 Friday morning. Sean Farish with us here on Kayal and Company. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT as we continue with the cut sheet. And oh, by the way, just about 30 minutes away from another edition of Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Yeah.
We also have, if we want to vote on the fights, Jimmy Kelly just made this for us.
Kayal and Company, Friday, Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the fight of the week. And remember, fights equal ratings.
Fights equal ratings.
Damn
I like
right.
that.
Conflict sells, baby. Conflict sells. So I'm assuming we will grab Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, play Friday, and then give it up to the people to pick which one they like the best?
To be honest with you guys, I don't remember what we did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Neither do I. We're going to have to create a folder for these.
Remember you had the ladies in the on Mother's Day with the dresses.
Phil, I know you're not doing anything back there. Can you grab?
Oh, you had like a Carnival Cruise line.
Can you grab the fights from this week? I'm sure they're in your folder somewhere. We will get to that at some time in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's go to. I said I wanted to do this for Sean when he was here. So we went to New York, the state of your birth. Now let's go to the state that you live in, Tennessee. This is actually Nashville, not where you live. This woman was complaining that her work had to close early because ICE is carrying out raids in Nashville and arresting suspected illegal immigrants. This is cut 13. 13 relic.
My work closed early tonight because ICE raided Broadway in Nashville. They went into the bars, specifically the kitchens of the bars, and they racially profiled a lot of the workers in there, detained them illegally, searched a lot of these places without warrants. Now, a lot of the workers who are dragged away from their jobs are being detained indefinitely until they can prove their citizenship. There's no telling how long they'll be detained. It could be 2 days, it could be 2 months. But a lot of very hardworking people, mothers, fathers, people supporting their families, went to work tonight and don't know when they're going to be going home or dragged away in the middle of doing their jobs. Like, it's extremely important to talk about the fact that this is happening all over the United States. This is what your tax money is being spent on, and more importantly, it's being spent illegally. So yeah, this is real. It's happening. It's tearing families apart. It's ruining lives. It's illegal. And we're only 5 months in.
Yeah, Sean, so I guess ICE and Homan just said, hey, let's go into Tootsie's here, and we'll go into the back and see if we find any illegals in the kitchen. Tootsie's.
Yeah, well, and if they did do that, by all means, get them out of here. That's fine. I have no problem. She, I don't know what she does or where she works or if she even works in the city or if that even happened, to be honest with you. People will just say things on social media now because that's what you do. But assuming that she's telling the truth, and I did hear that there were ICE raids in Nashville, okay. I mean, they all came into the country and flooded it. Nashville's still standing this morning. The businesses are okay. By all means, clean it out. I'm saying get if you're here illegally, you have to leave. I don't have time or any room left for deportation sob stories.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you put us through the Maryland man hoax. They put us through the Trump deported a 2-year-old hoax, which the ACLU just dropped that lawsuit because that's not what happened. So I don't have the sympathy. I don't have the time. I don't have the patience. No. You know what? If there are illegals working in the kitchens of those restaurants, they shouldn't be there. And, adios. That's it. I don't know. The last 4 years, 20 million illegals coming into the country. Has that made me a little cold and kind of, just numb to what people are experiencing? Maybe. But, I mean, a majority of Americans, including swing voters, according to an article on Breitbart that I saw last night, are very much in favor of getting rid of these illegal aliens. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
You better be careful, Sean. She could be getting on 24 after a shift and heading back up to Murfreesboro.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Good luck.
She could be in your neighborhood.
Yeah, she could be. Dangerous.
I want to ask the female on the show if I'm going too far for this, please stop me.
Yes, you are. Stop.
But look, this is I go where the news takes me. So there was a case, not a case, but there was an incident that happened in San Mateo, California, back in January. The body cam footage was just released. A suspect stole a female officer's gun in California before being fatally shot. So just a little bit of the details on this case, because I want to get into the whole, women being overpowered by men. On January 24th, 2025, around 11 a.m. in the area of San Mateo Street and El Corzane Avenue, the Fountain Valley Police Department Dispatch Center received a call from a concerned community member. The caller indicated a male tried to open the car door of a vehicle that was occupied by a female. She was leaving a middle school. The caller noted the woman appeared fearful as the man tried to open the car door. The caller described the male as a white or Hispanic with no shirt and jeans. The caller believed the male was disturbed and that it appeared that there was something wrong with him. Based on the information provided, the dispatcher entered a suspicious subject call, and a few minutes later, officers were dispatched. The officer responded to the area and located a male, later identified as 26-year-old Oseen McClintock, who matched the description provided by the caller. The officer contacted McClintock near the intersection of Brookhurst Street and Slater Avenue and asked him to be seated so he could further investigate what occurred. Okay, so we pick it up. This video is kind of backwards. So what you're going to see, and by the way, if you don't want to, this video is kind of graphic because the person is shot and killed. This is body cam footage. If you don't want to see this, go away from YouTube. Or if you do, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. So you Get off.
So
you see the officer when the suspect already has the gun, and he's telling him to drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun, and then he fires at him when he's in a car. Then after that, you see the video of this guy who's spouting something about Jesus and this and that. He takes the female officer's gun from her. Roll this video.
She's got her weapon. Put it down, dude! Put it down! Put it down! Hey, put it down!
So you see, then he gets in the car and he shoots. Right?
998, 998.
So the guy, that's when the guy dies right there. So, all right, stop it for 1 second. So then what led up to this is what you're going to see in a second. This female police officer is in the car. The guy comes up to her, is spouting something about Jesus saves, blah, 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 and takes her gun away from her. Keep rolling it.
Start 80, start 80. Hey, put the gun down!
Here we go. There's no audio here, but you can see, the officer calling in for backup, I believe.
Yep. So this is the female officer's audio.
Then it will have audio in 1 second.
video.
So she has a gun because he approaches. He grabs it.
So she's in the vehicle.
Yep.
What you're seeing is her arm, her hand. I'm amazed that her firearm, that she didn't shoot him in the stomach.
Yeah, I'm surprised she
I'm shocked. She should have shot him right there.
They're saying Jesus name forever! They're saying Jesus name forever!
That's my gun! Here's my gun! That's my gun!
Forever!
She grabs his gun.
Please don't shoot me! Please don't shoot me!
A police officer saying this. Oh, my Lord. And then that's where it picks up from where it started in the beginning.
Yep.
So this is her body cam footage. The other angle was his body cam footage. I mean, Isn't your job as a police officer to protect your firearm
and yourself?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. She would have been with that body cam footage. She would have been well justified to just shoot him in the stomach.
Agreed.
I mean, I would have if someone's trying to take my gun in that situation. I would have shot him.
Let me ask you.
In truth, to your very point, I mean, her hand is on her firearm.
Mm-hmm.
He wraps his hands around her hands. The gun, it would have been hard to prove, in all honesty, whether or not he was. It almost looks like he's wanting death by cop.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? It would be hard to prove that it didn't just
right.
go
I think
off.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But because she lets go, basically, and he wins that situation, now her life is in danger.
Mm-hmm.
You hear her whimpering in the back. And so this forces the male partner now to take, I mean, you hear, oh, that's her.
I know.
The male partner, there's
Right.
another vehicle blocking. He's, I think the other partner had no choice. Because where is she?
My question is, look.
Oh my God.
Male police officers get overpowered. Like
I was just gonna say the same thing.
I understand that, but like, is it wrong of me, Dawn Senslin, because you're the female? Is it wrong of me to say that like it's easier for a guy to overpower a female in a situation like that?
I mean,
oh boy,
I know. Here's the thing that I hate that she's being real and she's terrified.
Yep.
But the whimpering and so on
shows like
like
she's scared. You know what I mean?
She's
Like I don't know. Like
terrified.
yeah.
She's terrified.
Have you ever heard a
too.
cop? Have you ever heard a
No.
cop say, "Please don't shoot me"?
And so think about then the partner, and here's the problem. Even with all of this, and it's a military issue as well. And this is something that to be honest, we've had these conversations. So in other words, even on the front lines in a military situation, there is this point where, let's say, your fellow military member or your fellow law enforcement member, and that male now is her partner,
Yep.
and she's whimpering, and she's called, and she's saying, "Please don't kill me," and now he is coming to the rescue. And there are some things that are biological here, that are physiological between male female, okay? And you cannot deny that science. He's answering that call, but protecting her. Would he have protected a male partner? Of course he would. But there's another layer to this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so for me personally, I would say this. There's so many jobs available within law enforcement, perhaps whether that female officer needs to be retrained or perhaps
Definitely needs to be
Well, that's what
right?
I was gonna say. Yeah.
But I would say
Yeah, she should not be easily disarmed like that.
It
Right.
doesn't, it doesn't feel
Right.
like
It
a
was way
physical,
too easy.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a physical
So-
overpowering.
And
so
if,
there are so many great jobs
if you
that
look
she
at
could probably have that maybe she is not
Yeah.
suited for
Well,
that
and
one.
to Stalker's point too, male officers can be overpowered by the bad guy as well. I mean, that happens. I think
Because
it's-
they've lowered the standards because of women.
but
So it used to be you had to be a certain height
But
and
let's
a
be
certain
honest,
strength.
It's a little easier for a guy to overpower a female.
Yes.
Of course.
Like let's be honest.
It
with
seems to me
this.
like she.
Well, this is the men and women
yeah.
sports debate,
Yeah.
right? It's the same
Yes.
thing essentially
Yes.
with biological. I it almost looks like in that video, right, that when he grabbed the gun, she started to handle it kind of like she didn't want the gun to go off,
Yeah.
like
Yes.
she didn't want to shoot him.
Yep.
Which I'll be honest is commendable. Like that, there's a guy basically attacking you, and you
Yeah.
don't want.
Well, that's a
kill
byproduct.
him.
That's a byproduct of defund the police movement.
Yeah.
These
But
officers, I guarantee,
yes.
are like, man, if I'm wrong,
Yes.
they're going to put me away forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you look. Yes,
Yeah.
but she's almost handling that gun extremely delicately. Like
Yes.
she's gonna. All right, he's got his hands on it. I'm gonna give him that gun in the safest way possible. Like she's exchanging a firearm with a friend, and that can't be how you approach that
I mean,
situation.
is that the protocol
It
to
can't be.
allow somebody to come that close to you and open
No.
your door?
No,
You're right, though.
That's
She
why
needs a retraining.
But that's why she.
That's a yeah.
I believe that's why she drew out her gun, because he came that close to her.
Yeah.
So, that protocol may have been correct, but she gave up her gun way too easily. Not gave up, but not voluntarily, but she was overpowered too easily. And to be honest with you, if you're looking at the video, that guy wasn't that big. You know
No,
what I mean?
he was
Like
skinny.
he looked like a skinny
Skinny
crackhead.
little turd,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like I have no idea if he was or not. I'm just guessing, but like, well, he's dead now, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, his family is speaking out, saying he had all kinds of disorders, but a blood disorder and brain bleeds and all this and that. But the bottom line is, as a police officer, you absolutely cannot, in no way, you would do everything to not allow somebody to take your firearm that's issued to you out of your hands. Because what if that guy had taken her gun like he did, and now he turns and he shoots? There could be a mom strolling with her baby. Yep. And what if he had gunned them down and murdered innocents? So I believe that her training is that in that moment, pull the trigger. This guy is taking your firearm. Right. This is a horrifying situation. As an officer, you never want this to happen. But in that moment, you must protect and serve. And that means, tragically, you have no other choice but to pull the trigger so that this perp does not take your firearm and turn it around and murder someone.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We've got Tom in Percy with us. He's a retired police officer, and he's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tom.
Hey, good morning, guys. GregStockerSucks.com.
Yeah.
So I was a defense tactics instructor when I was a police officer, and one of the biggest things is that every incident that you're on, there's at least one gun there. And a police officer, for the most part now, got to have they call them dual retention holsters, which means it just isn't like Barney Fife where you pull the gun out. You've got to take it and twist it. So this female officer sitting there, if she brings that gun out, she's now putting the gun into this fight. She should have pushed down on that gun, kept it locked into her holster, and then where she's at, she has a retreat. She has an obligation. That guy's reaching in her car. You know what? Put it in drive. Drive away from the guy. Dealing with the situation where you now have a gun that you have to worry about. So, Dawn, you're absolutely right. It's a training issue.
It also looks like that van has the police vehicle kind of blocked off.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at the way we have it positioned here on the
post
camera.
office truck, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
whatever. Put the window up.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. I'm just, it's a training thing, but also I don't know.
So Tom, should she have kept the door closed, the window up, and told him to back up 10 feet or something like that?
Absolutely. She should have pushed down on her handgun, kept it in the holster, put the window up, did whatever she had to do. Because you close the window on a guy's arm, he's not getting much motion to, continue the fight.
Right.
Right.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. There he is, our retired cop buddy in Percy.
We should take a break and come back and do more. We have Fight Club, and I believe we have all the fights from this week.
Oh.
I believe Phil Almquist found them all.
We have the nominees?
Yeah, the nominees. We will do a fight of the week, and we will vote. We'll have the listeners vote on which fight they like the best. I have to go in the back, and Phil has to remind me of the fights that we pulled this week because I don't remember. But we will do that on the other side.
All right, Sean Farrish with us. The 9 o'clock hour is fast approaching on a Friday. Kayal and Company. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. my happy place, and I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
This May, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or a great lease offer on a 2025 Chevy Blazer, just $349 a month for 39 months. Or finance with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Cut Sheet continues as the 9 o'clock hour is officially underway on Kayal and Company, and it's brought to you by Wawa. Sip into savings at Wawa. Enjoy any size hot coffee, including their new Cinnamon Churro Blend for just $1, any size iced coffee for $2, or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1. Unlimited bonus offers can be redeemed daily with Wawa Rewards.
We will get to Fight Club in due time, so hang in there. I want to start with 15 here, Phil. This is a mother at Pine Richland School District in Pennsylvania. She thanks a teacher for encouraging her daughter's meowing behavior in class and for calling her daughter Ellie Cat. So if you're following at home, the teacher lets this woman's daughter meow in class because she thinks she identifies as a cat, and she calls her Ellie Cat.
So I actually now do have the ability to identify as black for reparations.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's I didn't write the rules, but I'm going to adhere to them and play with them.
Roll this.
I would like to recognize Miss Mansfield, especially, who is the best teacher my daughter has ever had.
Uh-oh.
She lets her be as weird as she is, and she encourages it, and she enjoys it, and that is really meaningful to me and my family, because not having like a kid who's so. She calls my daughter Ellie Cat because during attendance, my daughter meows instead of saying here.
Oh, God.
And she doesn't make her feel bad about it. She just embraces it and she loves it. And that's really cool for me as a parent. And it's really cool for my daughter to feel seen in school. So I really appreciate that. And that's all I have to say.
Looks exactly like my daughter's 5th grade music teacher, by the way. What a sick, disturbing people. Hey, Sean, you know what's interesting about some of this is it's really regional if you think about it, right? Northeast, Pacific Northwest, West Coast. You don't get a ton of this in Rutherford County, Tennessee. You know what I'm saying?
No, we got our own problems here. There are some books and whatnot in the library. No place is going to be perfect. But, it is a regional thing. And for everybody who said the whole kids aren't identifying as cats and the schools aren't acquiescing, there was a whole that it's not actually happening. Exhibit A. Okay. Verdict is in. The verdict is in.
It's unbelievable.
It's happening, right? Meow, right? It's happening.
First of all, that teacher should be ashamed of herself.
Well, the pigtails is kind of a interesting look for a grown adult.
I would have liked to have identified as not being there in school. That's what I should when I used to skip school, I should have just said I identify as being invisible.
Yep.
So I was here, but you just didn't see me because I'm invisible and my civil rights have been violated.
Today I'm going to identify as an adult and not a 10 class. I'm 16, but for this day and this day alone, I'm 25 and I have no business being here.
We will get to the Fight Club and we will do the top 5 fights of the week, and we will vote on them coming up at 9:10. So make sure you get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. 9:10, we will do that. So Nike with the transgender thing,
funding the research on transgender athletes, and
so women, I believe this was headed by Riley Gaines, did their own ad against Nike. This is their own Just Do It ad, if you will. Roll this.
If you had one thing to say to Nike, what would it be?
If I had a chance to talk to Nike, my message to Nike would be women's sports aren't just a marketing tool.
Think about your daughters.
It's a huge brand. You should stand for truth and integrity.
Think about the next generation.
You're saying that you're supporting women, but you're not actually doing anything.
As a female athlete, my message to Nike would be, why is this issue not talked about?
Nike is ignoring the real issue.
This is real women, real careers, and real dreams on the line.
I had dreams of playing in college, but those were all taken away from me by a man.
You are using us when it's convenient for you, but in private, you're not doing anything about it.
If we let men and boys continue to invade women's sports, we'll be erased.
If I had a chance to talk to Nike, I would tell them to just do it. That's your slogan, isn't it, Nike? Just do it. And when I say it, I mean the right thing, and that's defending women and biological reality.
thetruthfits.com is what they're promoting here.
Yeah. I believe Dan Zakshesky of Outkick was in the nation's capital yesterday, and he tried to interview a bunch of congressional leaders that support men in women's sports, and if they had any comment on the Nike reports. And apparently Nike has been completely mum on the issue. Hard to believe that Nike, one of the most iconic brands in America, not just in athletic apparel, but I mean in American culture, right? Remember we grew up with Michael Jordan and the Just Do It commercials and Nike?
Just do it.
You're really going to just nuke your brand over this?
Yeah, well, they dabbled with Colin Kaepernick, and they got all sorts of praise, right, about it. Oh, progress. And it's, what happened with Nike, you incentivized bad behavior. Not you, but society in a whole did. Incentivized bad behavior with the Kaepernick situation where they called it bold and brave, and they acted like they were doing the right thing. So progressivism, which is really regressivism, was incentivized. It's the same thing when you see stupid TikTok trends going viral, on the internet, people doing dumb things. It's the same argument that I make about the Shiloh Hendricks situation. You gave a woman $750,000 to drop the N-word in a park. What do you think is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And then you have barking seals like Matt Walsh, who I otherwise respect, saying, "Oh, this is going to disincentivize cancel culture." No, it isn't. If giving money to white people to push back on cancel culture disincentivized cancel culture, then why didn't it stop after Rittenhouse?
Yeah.
Okay? Why didn't it stop after Daniel Penny? Right? Incentivizing bad behavior only leads to more bad behavior. So what did Nike do? Nike did the whole thing with Kaepernick. They came out, progressive, did the whole woke virtue signaling thing, got a lot of pats on the back, got a lot of praise, got a lot of publicity, and now where are they, right? They have to find a new thing to do, and it's extinction burst behavior. You can't just put a black guy with an afro who played football on your commercials anymore. Now you have to take this position of men should be in women's sports, and as a result of that, end their hopes and dreams of playing professional sports. That's where Nike is, and it is society's fault for incentivizing that behavior. That's why they've taken these positions. Everyone should take a nice long look in the mirror and realize we caused it. Not us, but society as a whole, collectively.
Speaking of absurd behavior like meowing and identifying as a cat in class, apparently we have some local reporting to get to. Ben is in Vineland and has a school animal identification story. Hello, Ben.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, hi, guys. It's insane what's going on here. There's a group of kids in the 3rd grade in my son's school. They identify as ducks and frogs. So the school set up in different locations like little kiddie pools. So during the school day, the kids strip down to their underwear and they can go into the kiddie pool and pretend they're frogs and ducks.
I believe this is our troll.
This is a troll.
Yeah, this is 100% a troll.
All right.
Good job, buddy. Good job, though.
Wait, can we do this?
I was going to start a zoo.
You waited on hold for 2 hours to make a jackass out of yourself.
Way to suck it, jerk-offs. It's unbelievable.
Pedophile alert. If you're calling in and picturing little kids stripping down to their underwear, I'm suspicious of you.
Can you imagine?
So I hope we get that voice and identify that individual as
Can you imagine having that
an
much
alleged
time on your hands?
pedophile.
Hunt him down,
That's
Stanford.
weird.
I think I know who that was. There's a guy who does this. He stalks. He comes close to cyber stalking conservatives with the. I think this is the same guy. He called one time when I filled in.
Yeah.
He called, and I lit him up.
Good.
Because I know who he was, and I just went off, and it was. I'm pretty sure this was the same guy.
So we've got ducks, frogs, cats. What other animals do we have?
Let's go to, it's 9:12, so we're late on our first day of doing this,
Well, it's on brand.
which is on brand for
Hey,
us.
we can't rush Fight Club.
Let's start here with cut 20, Phil. Let's do this.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight. I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
All right, let's go to Ohio. Ohio is our fight of the day. This is a good old-fashioned hanging out the car window slobber knocker. I guess this was a road rage incident that happened in Ohio. Roll this, Phil.
What do you think? You're the coolest guy in the parking lot?
Look at this.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
He's hanging out. He's driving while he's doing this, too. That's very impressive. Look at that.
I think it's a Chevy Malibu.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Here, can you actually go back to the beginning? I don't want to hear this broad talking. Roll this again, Phil. There we go. Look. Whoa.
Oh, the hat goes. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yep.
He lost his hat.
Yeah.
Ugh. He speeds
good, though.
away. Yeah.
Was this in a Walmart area too? Just asking.
It looks like a Target employee. He's got the red polo on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the good thing about guys, Dawn, is that we can fight like this and then walk away and be best friends again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like women hold grudges.
Yeah.
Like
Pull each other's weeds.
Yeah. These two dudes probably went out and had a beer afterwards.
Yeah.
Like I remember when we did that. That was funny.
Uh-huh.
But that guy did what our police trainer just a moment ago said.
Yep.
That if you're in a vehicle, and somebody's attacking you, put the car in drive.
Yeah.
Roll away.
Yep. Exactly right.
Oh, that's what he was doing. He was rolling away.
Okay, so that's the Friday.
That's the Friday one.
Okay.
So just if you're marking the tape at home, Friday was the two dudes in the road rage incident, and now let's get to. I guess we're gonna do this, right?
Kayal and Company Friday Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the fight of the week. And remember, fights equal ratings.
All right. So I had Phil Almquist go back and find these. So if we remember, this was Monday. Monday we actually had two fights. Monday we spilled our bucket early and had two fights. So one was the women fighting outside the club.
Yeah.
Phil, if you want to roll that one, just so people remember. Look at this. There we go.
Yeah, the takedown from behind is always good.
Just right through the barricade.
Oh my goodness.
Weaves flying.
It's like pro wrestling.
Down. Oh! This is. I don't know, guys. This is a good one. They're stomping.
Yeah, nothing like getting stomped by some Timberland boots.
Yeah. YouTube.com.
Wearing their short shorts.
Yeah. So this is
Is that the lady who's on statue in New York City? What is that?
This is what we're celebrating, Sean. In
This is
Times Square.
This is Brandon. This is Brandon
gosh.
Johnson's
There
beautiful
goes the
city.
hair.
Yeah.
Her hair's off her head.
This is how you get a 7% approval rating.
I need Randy Orton right now. Let's go.
RKO.
Yeah. This is
RKO out of nowhere.
This is a good one, guys. I don't know. All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right,
Now that was the Monday one.
Yeah,
right?
Monday 1. Okay,
so Monday Weave Wars.
And then this is Monday 2.
I'm just trying to label all of
Monday
them.
this is 2. This is outside a hotel. Look at this one. This is look at this one. Yeah.
Yep.
Outside a hotel. Oh, the hair gets pulled.
Oh wow.
This is Vegas, right?
Oh, using the car. Look, using the car.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Look at that.
That's Weave
Are they
Wars
wearing?
Part 2.
Spanx.
Well,
or
no,
something.
I don't know. She looks like she's wearing underwear.
Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. So this was Monday 2.
Okay.
All right. Wednesday. This was Wednesday. We didn't do it Wednesday.
Are you sure we didn't do this? That was Tuesday.
Maybe, I don't know.
Who cares?
So this is Wednesday. This is a brick through a car window. I don't know if you guys
this.
remember this one. There
Yes.
we go. Oh, right through the window.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, and then we see. Then she pulls
Pipe.
out the pipes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at it. Look, boy, there's a lot of.
Nothing like a pipe in your passenger seat.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yep.
Look at it. And I love how the hands just like a
Oh,
Jackie Chan movie.
She uses the car door. Oh, a pipe!
Whoa.
A pipe!
Oh.
ECW! ECW!
Oh, ouch! I need a kendo stick.
Look at this. This is outside a gas station too. Yeah. All right. So that's.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I'm noticing a trend.
What? What's that?
I'm just noticing a trend.
Yeah.
This might be my favorite. Here we go.
Number 4. This is the T-Mobile from.
Boost.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Boost.
Don't smear T-Mobile.
So this woman called them black B words, Sean.
Oh.
And then as they got into an argument, and after she said that, we see this 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and now they both get him.
Yeah.
I
They
think
both
she's
get
out.
him.
She might be out cold standing.
Yeah.
No,
No.
Heffa fine. I
Yeah.
mean, you got the
Yeah.
you got a white heifer. I say is a term of endearment.
Yeah.
A white heifer making a racist, sexist comment to two African American heifer, and everybody ends up standing. That's what's amazing.
Yeah.
They're all like big tough women.
Yeah.
All of these women collectively should have like a fight club. They should profit from this. They should have get that anger out with some kind of an organized sport.
Agreed.
You'd probably get sponsors.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So 1, 2,
It looked like WWE. It looked like
did.
a handicap match.
No doubt those are Android users as well.
All right. So
Excuse me,
Sir.
Excuse me, sir. Okay. No.
yeah.
Listen.
Every
One of the
time-
best things about having an Android, right? Green bubbles.
I was
And
just gonna
it's
say
be
every time-
the greenest bubbles the world has ever seen.
every time Nick, Dawn, and Sean and myself have
That's right.
have a text chain, I'm always like, "There's Nick, there's Dawn, oh, there's Sean, and he's green.
Yep.
He ruins the green.
Yep.
He
Us-
ruins the."
No.
Us blue boxers are civilized folk.
No, you're not civilized. No. You know what you blue boxers get? You guys get features about 3 years after I do, so I don't want to hear about it. I was in college. I remember people, oh, look what I can do. I can swipe my app closed. I'm like, oh, yeah, I had that on Android 1.0. All right? Congratulations. Welcome to the club.
All right, guys, let's vote on it. Was it number 1, the fight outside the club? Was it 2, the fight outside the hotel? Was it 3, the brick through the car window? Was it 4, the T-Mobile? Or was it 5, the road rage, 2 dudes road rage hanging out the passenger side of our best friend's ride? Which one was it? Which Sean, Nick, you go first.
I was going to say Boost Mobile, but after further review, I'm going to weave my way back to Monday.
Yep.
And I'm going to go with Weave Wars in Chicago.
The first one?
Yes.
I agree with you. Sean?
Yeah, I'm on Weave Wars 1. On definitely Chicago.
Make sure you binge watch that this weekend, by the way.
Dawn Stensland.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
I know you're
what
being.
about the Mother's Day
I know.
brawl at the
You're-
Golden Corral?
So here's
in
the
Greensboro, North Carolina.
I believe that Phil corrected me. I believe that was last week.
Doesn't qualify.
I believe it doesn't qualify. I believe it was last week we did that.
Yep.
No, it was Mother's Day. It was Sunday.
Oh,
That was
Phil!
Mother's Day.
Phil!
Or was that the one with the breast? Or are you thinking about the breastfeeding one?
No,
Phil!
No.
We're throwing it. Dawn is throwing a turd in the punch bowl
Threw
here.
a red flag.
This was at the Golden
Laundry
Corral.
on the field.
Yeah.
They went to church. They had their Mother's Day dresses
I think it was
on,
Tuesday we did this, Phil.
All the Phil timers out there.
and they came out. They identified some of the women.
Yeah.
This is like that was my.
I just had
that was amazing.
I just had a conference with Phil, and he told me that he believed that was last week. But Dawn, I believe
It was
you were
Mother's
correct.
Day.
I see it right there,
Positive.
Phil. It's 33 right there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's put this up. We got to
All
go
right.
into the hood now review.
So now,
Be careful what you ask for.
Think
There is
about
a hood
Mother's
here.
Day. You're all dressed up. You planned. You went to church. Then you go to the Golden Corral.
So now we're going
Setting the
6.
table nicely here.
So now we're going 6, right?
Yep.
All right. So this will be 6. So this is going to affect judging, right? Sean,
we got to reevaluate.
Yeah, Sean,
this is Greensboro, North Carolina.
I don't believe you saw this. Yes, this was Greensboro, North Carolina. This was a Golden Corral on Mother's Day. Phil, roll it. There we go. They're 2 grannies. 2 grannies.
Look at this.
2 grannies.
Flower dress. Oh,
look at
oh! Don't you disrespect me, you heifer! I'm gonna get you. Mother's Day.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. All right, so that's 6. Does anybody want to amend their voting?
No, I would not like to reclaim my time.
Wow. Okay, Sean Farish, would you like to reclaim your time?
No, I'm still going with
Yeah,
Weave Wars.
I am too.
That was, you know what? But I will say this.
Mm-hmm.
I was going Weave Wars 1, Boost Mobile 2. Golden Corral has now snuck into the 2 spot.
Okay. The power rankings are ever evolving.
That's right.
Don Stetson, would you like to?
I'm going Golden Corral.
You're going Golden Corral,
Yeah.
6. Okay. All right.
North Carolina.
Man, them breaded shrimps are worth fighting
love
for.
it.
EKZ says Mother's Day takes the cake.
Yep.
I would have said this. If Mother's Day included food being thrown, instant
Yeah.
win.
Oh.
Yeah.
If
Patty.
that was an actual food fight, but you look
Yeah.
you look at these ladies, they don't waste food.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Phil, throw up a poll. You don't have to describe all of them.
Sumo wrestling.
Just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. You can vote. Remember, 6 is the Mother's Day brawl. One is the Chicago Goofies, the Chicago outside of the club. You can vote. Well, you can vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. But we should break.
All right, Kayal and Company rolling on with our buddy Sean Farish. And that comes up next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Ooma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the markets try at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carats, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating.
we've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Dawn's Big Three coming up here in just a few moments. We'll get to another clip or two. And this segment brought to you by Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen as they present Preakness Stakes Day. That is tomorrow, Saturday. Live horse racing, free family fun, drink specials, all at Parks Racing in Bensalem. 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
By the way, if you're on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, the voting is hot and heavy right now. Because for whatever reason, they can only do 4 choices.
That's how X does it as well. I hate that.
So best fight of the week, outside the club, outside the hotel, brick through the car, or Mother's Day. Right now, it's a very, very close race between outside the club and Mother's Day. One's at 34%, the other's at 33%. Outside the hotel.
Mail-in ballots?
What's that?
Are there mail-in ballots?
Sound like horse names. Can I box that?
Vote right now, youtube.com/@1210 and WPHT. I wanted to get to this week. I want to see how you guys feel about this. A deceased man, this is 7, Phil. A deceased man who was killed in a road rage incident makes an impact statement in the courtroom with help from AI.
Oh, I heard about this.
Christopher Pelkey, then 37, lost his life after being shot during a 2021 road rage incident in Chandler, Arizona. Stacey Wales, the sister of Pelkey, created an AI-generated video of her brother who expressed forgiveness, something she wasn't ready to do herself.
Wow.
The only thing that kept entering my head that I kept hearing was Chris and what he would say, Wales said to CNN. I had to very carefully detach myself in order to write this on behalf of Chris, because what he was saying is not necessarily what I believe, but I know it's what he would think. I want to talk to you guys about the ethics of this. Roll this.
I would like to make my own impact statement to Gabriel Horcasitas, the man who shot me. It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do. Getting old is a gift that not everybody has, so embrace it and stop worrying about those wrinkles. I once played with one of those filters on your phone where you can make yourself look old. I shared it with a cousin of ours years ago. This is the best I can ever give you to what I would have looked like if I got the chance to grow old. Scary, huh? No, really. Thank you to everyone for being here. It means more than you know.
I love that AI. Thank you for that.
This is the judge's reaction.
And as angry as you are, and justifiably angry as the family is, I heard the forgiveness, and I know Mr. Horcasitas appreciate it, but so did I. As I said, I like to think I would do that. I don't know that I would.
So what do you guys think about the ethics of this?
Now, is that used as a determinant for sentencing? What was the relevance of playing that in what stage of the trial?
Just as an impact statement, you know, just to show.
Well, I mean, the sister should know how her brother would probably either be angry and not forgive, or, as was dubbed there by AI, would forgive. So that's kind of emotional, right? I mean,
well, I have a question, though,
Yeah.
about this. Because did the sister say that she couldn't do it, but she wrote that whole thing?
That's what it sounds like, yeah. She wrote it in her brother's, in what she thinks her
and
brother
then
would
imported
say.
it
Yes.
into
But
AI.
so my question is, because I don't think using the AI like that I don't think it's ethical.
I agree.
Because these are not his words.
Agreed.
It's not like
Right.
he wrote
Agreed.
something
Yes.
to that effect.
It's not like, yeah.
Yep.
So like, if she's able to write it and import it into an AI, why can't she just read it in the courtroom and say, this is what my brother would say?
It's a great point.
Will this reach
Right?
SCOTUS and Amy Coney Barrett, and will she have to make a ruling?
So this is his killer in a trial.
Yes.
And the family decides that he would have forgiven, but he's dead, and we don't know if he would have. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I asked, does this lead to a lighter sentence? I mean, what is the impact other than...
I don't think that should be allowed.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be allowed. I think...
I tend to agree.
It just, to me, that's just not right.
Yeah.
Right? I just don't think that's right.
Yeah, agreed.
Now, if
he was shot,
I get the family. Like the family is the one who made it, and it's the family of the. I get it. I just legally that shouldn't be allowed. If you wanna get up in front of the room and say my brother would say this, I don't have a problem. This AI that I don't. There's just something about that I just don't like.
Agreed. I agree with all of that. I mean, they're using AI in courts all the time now. Like they're using them as lawyers, and like it's
going to be challenged too.
It's a scary. I don't know.
But in this case, just so you know who the victim of a shooting was, he was shot to death in a road rage situation.
Yeah.
37 years old and served as he's a U.S. Army military veteran, 37 years young, murdered, shot to death because some guy had a road rage and gunned him down.
I'm saying this now at 9:33 on Friday, May, what's today, 16th, that if I die in a road rage incident, I'm telling my wife and family right now, I do not forgive them. So you could put that, you could say that to my AI and be like, you scumbags. How dare you do this? How dare you take me away from my wife and kid?
Yeah, I could hear you saying it.
Holy crap! Thank you. There you go.
By the way, the shooter was sentenced to 10.5 years in state prison.
That's it?
Mm-hmm. He was convicted on manslaughter and endangerment. 10 years.
What was the description? Sorry,
Uh-oh.
sorry, Sean. It's a running bit.
It's a description kick he's been on lately.
Did he often shop at Walmart? Not that that means anything. Not that that means anything. You know, I go to Walmart too.
It's odd to me in all the news that Dawn reports about all these shootings that happen around Philadelphia. We always know the description of the car, the area where it happened, but we never know the description of the shooter. It's very odd how the news omits that.
White Nissan Maxima.
Yeah, exactly.
Scratching my head over that.
That's what I have for the cut sheet on this Friday.
All right, let's get down to some of the news, other stories that are out there. 9:34, time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
And we have the big three. We have number one. I will begin with a ferocious, quick-moving line of storms because we have a changing forecast, so heads up.
Uh-oh.
So starting to strike our region, the outer parts of the region, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., so the fog obviously lifting in many neighborhoods this morning, but this timing shifted with showers and storms that were first expected to reach Berks County as well as the Lehigh Valley by mid-morning. So now this is a changing situation. So we're going to have in Philadelphia, Delaware, South Jersey. This is holding off a little bit. And they're describing this as a quick-moving line of storms. We're talking about even the potential for tornadoes, high winds, hail, severe.
Sean, get up here so you can.
No. Let me tell you something.
What?
No, because let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I don't have to come up there because, as you know, we got it coming too. We got it coming. Look at this. I'm going to share this screen. Wait. Watch this. Hold on. Can I do it?
Look at this.
How do I
Here
do
it
it?
goes.
Oh, wow.
I've never done this before.
Look at that. Look at that.
Look at this line of storms right here. Look.
Uh-oh.
Woo! You see that line of storms? I'm right there. That's coming tonight. Come on. Come on.
That's the second
I can do
wave.
my own chase.
Right above it, you can see the.
How about the tech on this side?
Woo!
Getting able to share the
Yeah, baby.
screen. Weather.
I love it.
You love weather.
He loves the
I
weather.
He's the Jim Cantori of conservative talk radio.
Find a woman to love you as much as Sean Ferris loves weather.
He loves a good Doppler, doesn't he?
Fluoride. So we now have a total of 2 states banning fluoride in their public water systems. I don't know if you can guess which two. First we had Utah, and now we have Florida.
Ooh,
Not us in Pennsylvania.
Utah and Florida, huh?
Utah and Florida.
Mustard.
And this after mustard. So the law in Florida, at least, goes into effect July 1st.
Okay.
And this after, in the headlines, we've talked a lot about MAHA and those in this administration that have said that, in fact, fluoride, some say it's a neurotoxin, some say it causes cancer, but others in the American Dental Association, for example, say that fluoride is a perfectly natural mineral and it actually helps prevent cavities and can rebuild your teeth, that sort of thing. But the bottom line is you never want to swallow it.
You always want to spit.
Exactly. When you go to the dentist and they put the fluoride on there, and then you spit. Yeah. But in this case, so they're saying that, nope, they're not going to have it in the public water.
Right.
We have it in ours.
Yep.
Obviously here.
Mm-hmm.
And this, believe me, you will guzzle.
You got to spit it out.
So that's what's happening.
Spit, otherwise known as hawk tuah.
That's right.
That's right.
You hawk two of that fluoride.
Hawk two of that fluoride.
You know what I'm saying?
But the problem is, unless you have a filter like in the rest of the country, you are drinking the fluoride.
Or drink bottled water. By the way, I started drinking that alkaline water that you drink, Nick.
You like it?
I do.
I
do.
Now do it for a month or two, get a nice consistency of it, and then go back to like your average Dasani or Deer Park. You will taste it, and it'll be like, oh,
yeah.
How did I ever drink that?
I buy those giant bottles of them.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah.
Locally here, we have, and this is an amazing story out of the world-class Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. The doctors were able to heal and treat a baby with gene editing therapy. Yeah. This is the first in the world.
Wow.
And it's a baby born diagnosed with this rare genetic disorder, successfully treating the baby with this customized, and it's called CRISPR gene editing therapy.
Wow.
At Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, a true miracle, as well as Penn Medicine. All of these doctors making a world historical medical breakthrough. New England Journal of Medicine is showcasing this. And so it's a 9-month-old baby, KJ Muldoon, the first patient in the world to be treated with this gene editing technology that would have cost little baby KJ, his life.
No.
It's an incredible story.
It really is.
Nice way to wrap up the week with a heartwarming story.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
So thank God.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing some gene editing in the fall, but it's just I got to purchase some wider waist jeans because I'm morphing into
like
a
blue
fat
jeans.
ass.
I didn't know where he was going with that. I was like, what?
That'll be the gene editing I do right before back to school.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's your big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. All right, Sean Ferris, great stuff as always, brother. Stay safe, stay dry. But if you do go outside in the bad weather, make sure you stream it live so we can watch you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be out there having a blast. Don't worry. As long as we're awake for it, we'll be awake for it. Looks like bumpy weather is in store for everybody. So everybody stay safe in the storm. We'll see you next week.
All right, buddy. There he is. Sean Ferris with us. We'll come back. Movies, music, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show as we put a bow on a Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Piazza Dawn, sorry.
And we got to talk about our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. Yes, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. You know what these models have? They have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles, and they are available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, all of their dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Piazza. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm headed to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.47. It's Kayal and Company. Rolling on. Dawn Show, 13 minutes from now. We'll find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour. Also, today in music history, Phil Almquist with approximately 2 pages today. It's not a 3-pager.
Well, we may have to start with that because, Jimmy Kelly, I appreciate everything you've done this morning, but you don't have my movie clip in here. So.
Oh, Jimbo. Priority, sir. Priorities.
By the way, the voting for Fight Club, let's see where it closed in on our YouTube page, shall we?
Yeah.
Just enjoy some Joan Jett for a second.
Love Joan Jett. My parents were huge fans.
First band I ever saw live.
Yep. My parents saw her early 80s old Meadowlands. 82-ish.
All right, so if you go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, it looks like right now the best fight of the week outside the club is winning at 38%. Mother's Day is a sleeper one at 31%. So
Weave Wars is a loser.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Popular on this show, but not popular with the masses.
Also, by the way, we do have a sponsor right now for the for Fight Club.
Kayal and Company Fight Club is brought to you by Rocky 7. Hear Rocky say, "Hey, legend, I had to fight this poor said it was just futile." Jurassic Park, whatever. Mission Impossible, whatever. And Marvel, who even knows? And all your woke movies coming to you this summer.
You got knocked the out, man!
We got talented staff. This is amazing. What a squad.
All right.
What a squad. All right, Jimmy Kelly, do we have the movie in there? All right, let's find out.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just because we got a little drunk doesn't mean you have...
You call reeling and passing out in the streets a little? Bob, I've told you before, I'm never going out with you when you're drinking, and I mean it!
That's no reason to go walk in the streets with these bums.
This is Nick's wife.
Yes, it is. Twice a week.
Listen, we got 2 more of us in the back seat.
Pity the back seat.
If you're looking for a fight,
I am looking for a fight!
come on, put the
Let's
knife
go!
down.
Come on, right now!
Come
right
on.
now! Right now!
All right, we'll go with you. Just wait a minute.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839.
It's an obscure scene from that movie.
And you could win this great prize.
Final $50 gift card to Checkers, 9173 Roosevelt Boulevard. Tomorrow, 6:30 to 7 p.m. I would encourage you to use the gift card then if you would like to receive free French fries from a football player. Still do not know who that is.
No.
Might be Saquon Barkley. I have no idea. But if you want to use it then, that's great. If not, $50 gift card to Checkers. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Phil Almquist, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 16th, we celebrate the birthdays of Richard Page from Mr. Mister, who's 72, Robert Fripp from King Crimson, who's 79, and Roger Earl, that drummer from Foghat I saw, who's also 79. We also lost Rodney James Dio on this day in 2010. I knew you'd like that, Greg.
Thank you.
Singles include When Doves Cry by Prince in 84. And do you remember Rock and Roll Radio by the Ramones in 80? Albums include Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys in 66. Live at Leeds by The Who in the U.S. in 70. But Seriously Folks by Joe Walsh in 78. Freedom of Choice by Devo in 80, and Peace of Mind by Iron Maiden in 1983. Also in 84, Ozzy was arrested in Memphis for staggering drunk down Beale Street. In 98, Keith Richards fell at his Connecticut home while reaching for a book. The fall broke his ribs, causing the Stones to postpone some shows of their tour. In 74, Brian May of Queen collapsed on stage during their U.S. tour, suffering from hepatitis. And in 2000, Prince started using his name again since his Warner Brothers contract ended. But lastly, on this day in 86, Johnny Carson and Doc Severinsen wear fake beards in honor of ZZ Top, who perform on The Tonight Show. For Kayal and Company, I'm Bill Lump.
By the way, ipso facto, no, I don't like the fact that the guy from Dio died. I was making fun of the fact that Phil saw the drummer from Foghat.
Yes, it had nothing to do with Dio. It had to do with the Foghat. That's why I brought it up again.
God, Lord. People hear what they want to hear.
And fake mustaches, right?
And fake mustaches.
It's amazing, yeah.
I have a full mustache and beard.
All right. Dawn show coming up top of the hour, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so right at 10, Congressman Ryan McKenzie from Pennsylvania, of course. And it's so timely because what about one big, beautiful bill? There is a scheduled House vote today. Will it happen? What does it mean for your taxes? So we'll get into it and get our update with him. We also have, well, a special tribute to Scott Pressler. So a Scott Pressler update. Let's just say that. A couple of Trump updates locally here in our area. We'll update what's going on with the breaking news and some legislation dealing with illegals and the ramifications by which the SCOTUS, the Supreme Court, is looking at. Later, coming up at 11:30, my favorites, well, let's just say my favorite correspondent for the Philly Fan Expo, cosplay, gaming thrills, dive into epic fan adventures. So Jonathan Menti makes his debut.
No!
My stepson, Jonathan, you'll get to meet him. He's awesome. So you'll get to meet Jonathan at 11:30.
All right, looking forward to that. Ann is in South Philadelphia. She's identified the movie. And what movie did we just play for you?
I'm sorry, I'm breaking up. I can't hear you.
That's all right. What movie?
Can you hear me now?
What movie did we just play for you, dear?
Oh, God.
All right, good talk, Ann. Oh, I guess she had it. I guess she still wins it, right?
Couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm breaking up. I can't hear you. It's The Outsiders.
Hello.
The freaking Outsiders. The Outsiders, the movie, 1983. The Outsiders.
Check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it.
Oh, God.
Well, she has.
I hate cell phones. I hate them. This is why I just read YouTube comments.
It's amazing.
Because people are like, hello?
2025 and talk radio still hasn't figured out how to get good callers.
Jimmy Kelly will tell you.
Cell phone now. My God.
Jimmy Kelly will tell you the pedophile who called earlier.
Oh, we don't know.
We don't know that.
He
Come on.
alleged pedophile.
Alleged.
He gets a clear signal. But our great caller, like, what is that?
That's not
they,
phone
they
justice.
break up.
Yeah.
We want phone justice.
I agree. Reparations for everybody. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great
By
rest
the way,
of your
number
day.
one rock show on Saturday night is tomorrow night.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, by the way, the week of April 21st, you beat WIP.
All the Phil timers out there.
Yeah. How about that, IP?
How about that, IP?
He beat WIP.
You want to just muck and grind Eagles all day, every day, huh? Atta boy, Phil.
Bingo hand job.
All right, let's get to
Damn
Dawn.
right. Let's go. Dawn is up next. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday at 6.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus all month long. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $359 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $449 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into their showroom today or visit them online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up